For joining. My name is John, software engineer with 10 years of experience and lead maintainer of Aria's Tale and some other open source projects. Today, I would like to implement the search for card and images. So here we are at ariastale.com. This is the deployed version you can already access. And if you go to search cards and images, it's nonsense data. This is hard-coded fake data. It was good that we got the table in. I think the UI can be improved. I don't like that it's sort of this hard to read gray. So maybe we'll experiment with that. But here I can type Kalum and it will filter. It filters sort of like in real time. Battler, I can filter on my tags. So you see it filters the battlers. Ken99, which is a fake data that I just didn't replace. So this table is here, but I would like it to use data from the database, not this hard-coded fake data. Then I would ideally like to sprint and get to a place where you can battle these cards. And I have in mind a super lightweight approach, which is simply to redraw until you get a battler. So in Aria's Tale, it's a very simple TCG. There are battlers and non-battlers. That's it. Battlers and non-battlers. A non-battler would be like a health potion. You can see battle power is NA. And so for the super lightweight version, we'll just redraw those. We'll just skip those cards basically. And it will be super dead simple. Whoever has higher battle power just wins. That's it. And this is going to be a super lightweight way that hopefully we can sprint and get something so that I can have a play now button. And I think that will be interesting for users. Because till now it's been sort of like unplayable, basically. Following the something is better than nothing approach. By the way, if you're on TikTok, thanks for being here. Tap like, tap the video if you think it's interesting, so the algorithm will send it around. And you can see YouTube or Twitch. Link is in my bio, and you'll be able to see the full screen. Okay, so that is what we're doing. Here's the open pull request. This is all open source. And let me pull up localhost. By the way, you can now sign in with Google. So added that feature yesterday. Previously, you could sign in with Discord. Now you can choose between Google and Discord. Okay. Here's VS Code. To do, pass the data here. Some changes that I've made so far. I think I deleted some unused code. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I changed image search to card and image search. So we will be searching for images technically, but an image might be associated with a gaming card. Okay, and so for that association, we're in the T3 stack using TRPC. We'll be using this searchable image router. The searchable image router currently has the ability to get a random search image that's used on the random image function here, where you can just sort of randomly browse different images. But we want to turn these images into game cards, and we want them to be searchable rather than randomly browsing them. So the way that we'll do that is we will make a new procedure. Currently, we have get image and get random image. We want to get many images. And I guess we will want either a submit button or some sort of auto submission on a debounced key up. Yeah, I like the debounced key up idea. That'll be more work though. So let me backlog that. Pruniate, what's up? Thanks for being here. Okay, so we'll backlog that issue, and for now we'll just have a button. I guess the button can go like right here to the right of this text input. Card and image search, I'll command click here. This is the image search result table. Here we have the input, here we have a drop-down menu. Now let's add a button. Okay, there it is, to do. Let's make sure this is the shad cn button. Components UI, yep, this is the shad cn button. Great. And how is this typically styled? Variant ghost, we can try it, but I don't think that's what we're gonna wanna do. Variant secondary, I think this is the one we want. Okay. We don't need a down icon, and this will say search. We'll say search. So as much as I like that the filter works on key down, does it confuse the user that here I can type Battler, for example, and this is only filtering what's on the current screen, and I can search to find more. Is that confusing to the user? A bit. Damien says a bit. Okay, and Justin says yes. Okay, thanks for the feedback. So basically, I think we should not have the search working here on key down. So we will move our filter logic to the back end. Move our filter logic to the back end. Okay, so here we're going to do an on click. On click. And this will call refresh. So we need a refresh token somewhere. So yeah, first of all, we should be getting the data. Here we have the data segregated into the parent component. I think we don't want to do that. I think we will want to have the data control in the table itself. And that's evidenced by the fact that the submit button will be calling the refresh. Refresh on window focus is false. This is fine. Data is, okay, there should be something called refresh or refetch, I think. Let's look at the other case where we are using this. Here's refetch. Okay, it's just another destructured element. Okay, so we have refetch. Here, search on click, refetch. Now do we await refetch? Yeah, we do. Handle roll click, okay. So this is how we will write the handler. Oh no. Yeah, we need to do this. You can see that cycle that was going on. We also want to show that this is async, and then we want to await it. Okay, all right, that seems to be working. Brian says, you don't have to, just put the parentheses. Do you mean like this? So do you see how we're cycling the database there? So this is continually requesting to the back end. So that's not a good idea. You see also I have a lint error here without the last parentheses. Like this. Okay, cool. All right. So now we are searching. And we're currently getting a random image. We don't want a random image. So now this component gets simpler. That's nice. And now we will change our query here. So instead of get random image, we want to get images. Get images. And we'll start with no filtering. So this is getting a unique. And we want to get searchable images. So we're not going to get a unique anymore. We're going to find many. We're not taking the ID. This could be, what could this be? Filter string, or like filter, which is a string, okay? So we will use that eventually, but we won't use it for now. For now, we're just going to find many. And I know that my database is relatively small, so this is okay. Get searchable images. So get images is going to call get searchable images. Okay, here's the input. We will say that this has a filter, which is a Zod string. And we'll pass that filter. Okay. So let's see what's going on now. I'm going to right click and close others just so I can focus on fewer components at a time. Let me also check the YouTube chat. Okay, no questions so far. Thanks for being here, y'all. So, the search page. Here's the search page. Command click into this component. And here we are, get random image is now get images. Okay. So we're changing that over. Here with the filter string, we can just hard code it to be an empty string for now. Let's see what we got. Probably the shape of the data is unexpected, and that's why we're getting an error. Rendered more hooks during the previous render. Okay, so I need to move these conditionals. So your hooks need to render the same number of times on every call to the React render function. So the problem is, you see here we're short circuiting if we're loading, and that's causing these hooks to execute always and these hooks to execute sometimes, which is illegal in React rendering. So we need to move this down below the other hooks, basically. That looks like the final hook. This use React table looks like the final hook. So I'll put these short circuits over here. We can see the global filter function is now complaining, but that's okay because we don't really need it anymore. There is a problem with the data now. It's the shape of the data is a problem. So we will need a converter that takes this data and moves it into the shape we expect. What's the shape we expect? That was the shape of the hard-coded data. It's this game data card right here. I'm going to keep this because we're going to turn that into backend code in a bit. So this, basically for now, we can use a lightweight map. In the future, we might not want to do that. Converter is essentially a deserializer. No, it's a step later, George. George or Jorge, good question. So the converter, the more technical term here would be massaging or wrangling the data, or you could also say coercing the data. So after we deserialize, we're going to have some clean data in a wrong data type or data shape, in a wrong schema, an unexpected schema. So we want to pass it through a mapper function. which basically constructs these expected schema from the prior schema, kind of like a factory. But it's technically a map and not a factory, because the factory would be, well, you could consider it a factory if you want. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. So where to put this little factory? By the way, we can delete this thing. I'll keep one just so that I have the object structure, and then I'll otherwise delete this. I don't know where we should put this function. I don't think it matters. I think it will be temporary anyway. So here I'll make const get game card data. And here we'll say get, we can say get massaged game card, get game card data. I want to say get massaged game card data. Sorry for being indecisive here. The reason I'm specifying massaged is because I do have a database entity, which is called game card, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, there's the user game card. Is there a generic game card? Yeah, so I have game card. So get game card data sounds like getting this stuff, but we're not actually getting all this stuff. We're getting some of this merged with some of the image. So searchable makes sense. Get searchable game card data. I think that makes sense. Okay. And here we will return. We can return this hard-coded object for now. That will be super temporary, so that's fine. Data equals hi. Ooh, thank you. My wife just made me this awesome food. I feel really bad because I actually just ate, but I guess she doesn't know that. So she cooked me this like awesome food. Okay. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, and quick reminder, if you're on TikTok, you can go over to YouTube or Twitch. The link is in my bio. You'll be able to see the full screen. Happy weekend, y'all. Happy Sunday. Okay, so here are the columns, but where's the data? Here's the row, but where is the data? Here's the data. So this is the React table data, which we have a few different datas going on. So that's super confusing. There's the TRPC data. We're going to massage it for use. Ideally, I would just pass it straight through, and there wouldn't be 3 datas. There would be 1. Let's go ahead and do that now. Let's shift left. Let's shift left. Why bother writing a front-end massaging method when we can just put this on the back end, and that would unify the data? That would be much better. So let me grab both of these bad boys. And that shrinks the UI code size, which is brilliant. Okay, so I'm actually going to go into get images. I'm going to go into get searchable images, and we're going to just update this function here. And we should really rename this. Really rename this. Get searchable images. No, it's fine. It's fine. We are getting a collection of images that may or may not have an attached card data. Here I will say searchable image with, it's like maybe with card. Searchable image maybe with, I hate that, but call it what it is. Searchable image maybe with game card data. Chat, please give me a better name, chat, because I hate it, but that's what I'm calling it until you give me a better name. Can I just drop the maybe and then So why is it a maybe? The reason it's a maybe is because if battle power is null or undefined, it could be that there is a card which is not a battler, or it could be that there's no associated card at all, because tags, description, and title belong to the image. So I think we can get rid of the maybe if we add one other property. And this will be has attached card. And this will be a Boolean. And that would be required. So now I don't need to say maybe, because I know whether it has the game card data or not. Game card image data item. So Nikki, thank you for the suggestion. The problem with that is that it's a combination of game cards and not game cards. Searchable image game card. Searchable image game card. Okay, I think we're close. Yeah, it's kind of like a dict. We don't call them dicts in TypeScript, but it's the same idea. But let's go with this. Searchable image with game card. I think that's close to what a lot of people are suggesting. All right, so we have this searchable image with game card. Searchable images is going to return a collection of these, a list of these. Or technically a promise for a list of these. Okay. A function whose declared type is none of these must return a value. Yep, we will. So let's go ahead and say image results is this. And then we will do the mapping here. And we will say const searchable results is a map of that. Okay. Thanks for the follow. So it's a map of that. And here we have the image. And we will, for now, return this hard-coded thing. And then we will return searchable results. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. We need to add our one more property, and that would be has attached card. Why don't I just call it has card? Has card, and this will be true every time the thing has battle power. You should use two types and union them if some have one thing and some other, if they are mutually exclusive. So we don't want a union type here. We don't want a union type. This is a merged type or a wrangled or a massaged type. It's actually a distinct type. So this searchable image with game card is distinct from the image type and the game card type. It's a distinct type. Does that make sense? I can dive into the schema if that didn't make sense. So here we have model game card, and it has all these properties. But on the table where we're doing our search, we don't care about all these properties. Then we also have the searchable image, and we care about some of these. So we need the description and the file name and the tags and the title and the game card. We don't need the user game cards. So basically, we're taking this searchable image and then we're merging in the game card data as needed. And that's why it's searchable image with game card. I think we arrived at a decent name. Cool. If the video is interesting to you, go ahead and tap the like button. That will help the algorithm send it to other people who may also be interested. Let's go ahead and use this filter string since we're here. Where, I don't know, use filter string. See if Copilot helps me out. The code reference here will be in our UI code. So I'm going to Command P, look for search, go to this results table. And this is the one. So let's use GPT-4. I don't see Copilot doing anything right now. To do, use filter string here. So I will grab this. Let's see how, it's not a big file. Let's grab the whole file. Why not? That's over contextualizing GPT, but I think not by much. So I think it'll be fine. Over contextualizing can actually confuse GPT. By the way, I'm super disappointed that OpenAI has decided to move forward with an attention-based payout schema business model for custom GPT creators. It's really a disadvantage to learning providers like myself who offer concentrated depth of knowledge to a few individuals compared to the attention-based schema, which is very shallow, very low information that impacts many users. And I think Sam Altman has spoken against this problem in social media we see with TikTok, short form content. There's not a depth of information. Instead, it's sort of this brain rot that impacts a large number of people and it takes their attention. And the way to overcome that is to provide a GPT store that's a proper store with a price signal, with prices. And the best GPTs are those which command the most revenue and profit, not those which command the most views, clicks, and engagement. So I think Sam Altman is aware of this. I wish he would have done that. And we should also have ratings, right? If you think that a store with price signal is not reliable because I'm only able to look at revenue and I'm not able to look at profit, then add reviews, 1 to 5 star rating. This is things we've done for decades. Amazon does it. You can go to Best Buy and look at the product reviews, comments and ratings. So here's hoping AI improves that. So here I'll tell GPT-4, consider this TRPC code for use in a T3 app. I think GPT store is based on engagement counts. That's exactly what I'm complaining about, Robert. That's exactly what I'm saying is a mistake. They are going to foster brain rot doing that. It needs to be based on prices, not just based on engagement. You get what you pay for. And if you're paying for engagement, you're going to cause engagement. But you don't want to just cause engagement. You want to cause improvements in quality of life. And that's not what they're paying for. They're paying for engagement to the neglect of quality of life. Oh. Okay. Here, I said, consider this TRPC code for use in a T3 app. Let's take this UI filter function and move it into the TRPC where clause for the searchable images. Hello, I'm new here. What are you coding? We are working on ariastale.com, which is an open source website. If you don't like their business model, make your own AI. Well, first of all, I have. So you can visit latterly.io and you can use the 24/7 support with the AI chatbot. Okay. Second of all, I don't dislike the OpenAI business model. I don't like their store business model, that particular product. And if your point would be fine, then create your own, review site or store for plugins. Maybe I will. If we get enough feedback, maybe I will. Somebody needs to. There are reviews for ChatGPT plugins and custom GPTs. They're scattered around the internet. Let's see. Maybe someone's already doing this. Review of custom GPTs. Yeah, it lacks reliability. I mean, the reviews that we have are not very good right now. No, thank you. So, I mean, they're shooting themselves in the foot with this approach to custom GPTs. And then my conspiratorial side wonders if they're doing it on purpose, because the worse custom GPTs look, the more it seems like we need the official GPTs. And then GPT-5 is going to blow these things out of the water. GPT-4 is already blowing them out of the water. So I'm a big fan of GPT-4, as you can tell. I'm continuing to use it. So this is not a general problem with all of OpenAI. It's particular to the custom GPT store. To integrate the filter, you need to modify the where clause. Yep, I sure do. Okay, great. This is what I'm looking for, this where bit. Well done, GPT-4. Common dub. Common dub. Let me grab it from the await to the end just because that's easier for me to track where I should release my mouse. Okay, so here I can collapse, select, and displace or remove. Here I will replace this await find many. Paste over that, cool. Lowercase filter value. Okay. Sounds good. Makes sense to me. Golly, you know I told you that I ate before you got here, right? This is really good though.
That's really hot. Be careful.
Okay, thanks. It's awesome.
You're awesome.
She brought me like cheesy potatoes now. Gosh. Is Python easier to learn? No, I don't think so. No. I mean, Python, so basic Python is easier than what we are doing right now. That's for sure. But what we are doing right now, you don't need to be able to do all this to get a job. Like, this is advanced stuff. So if your question is, hey, I'm trying to learn to code, I would like to get a job. Is it easier for me to learn with Python or learn with JavaScript and TypeScript to the extent of getting a job? Definitely JavaScript, TypeScript. Your job opportunities are going to be much larger with a full stack portfolio compared to a back-end only Python portfolio that doesn't support data science. So if you search Indeed.com, you look for the job count, you're going to see a big number, but it's misleading because it actually captures very distinct job families between back-end programming and data science, neither of which are particularly learner-friendly because they are difficult to view. With a website, it's easy to view. It's intuitive. You can see pictures. You can see pictures. Are you writing code for the Mac OS? Yeah, I'm using a Mac OS. This is an M1 Air. I really like it. It's great for airplanes as well. I have the smaller screen, and I love it because it's great for the airplane. By the way, Cody does a good job of doing coding challenges. Coding changes. Yeah, I'll give it a try, Robert. Thanks for the plug. A bunch of people have shouted it out for me. Typically, Copilot, I think, does a fair job, but sometimes it just doesn't do anything. Although I didn't really try. I think you can do certain things like be very explicit, like Copilot, fix next line. I don't know. Do I need to update my extension or something? Copilot. Yeah, maybe I'll check out Cody. Thanks for the plug. Chris, thank you for the follow. So here, object literal may only specify known properties, has some, does not exist in tag list relation filter. Am I getting IntelliSense? Nope. Just asking because I'm taking a BS in applied stats. Okay, if you're going for data science, yes, do Python. Python would make more sense for you. You do not want to do applied statistics with TypeScript. That's a place where you definitely want Python. Congrats, by the way. Nice field. I like it. Yeah, this is fine. I have no issue with this. We'll do a two-step filter. So we will find and then separately filter. That sounds fine to me. So let me collapse, shift, down, down, backspace, enter, enter, command V, shift, down, 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 and delete all this stuff too. Boop. Sayonara. Colin says, currently attending a university for software engineering. Around 50% done. What point would you recommend searching for internships? What's up, Colin? Right now. The answer is right now. So this image model doesn't have tags on it. Let's see. Oh, sorry. See, I confused GPT. That's on me. So the tags here. Tags are a distinct model. This is still not correct because tags are a distinct model. See my Prisma file. So what GPT will need to do is we will need to do an include. We will need to do an include. That's the issue. Include tags true. Yeah, that's the bit that was missing. Okay, great. So I will command Z until we return to the place where the block was deleted. Here we are. Let me also delete this bit, enter, enter, command V to paste all of the new stuff. I'll get rid of the comments. And I will lower my standing desk because my back hurts. All right. Quick reminder, if you're on TikTok, you can go to YouTube or Twitch. Link is in my bio, and you'll be able to see the full screen. Game card does not exist on. Okay, at this point, I do want to blame GPT. It should know better by now. If it knows to include tags, it should know to include game card. Okay, so I think that's worked. Thank you for the follow. Type is not assignable. Let's do this. Let's not massage it at all. Let's just use the nested form that Prisma will return. That's fine. It's a lot simpler. So let's just do that. So how do I express the type for this? Searchable image with game card. This will be a searchable image. I think I can do a union like that. Searchable image. Bring that in from Prisma client. I don't think that's the right place to bring it in from. Let's see. I think there is a TRPC client. No? Okay, that's fine. All imports are types, so we will say type. Works for me. Searchable image and game card. And are you mad because I have tags? That's the reason you're mad. Oh, and because this is nullable. So game card. Should I do like this or should I say or null? We'll go like that. Then we'll say tags, tag. Thanks for the follow. Types of property game card are incompatible. Isn't that something? So I used the Prisma type. So what's the complaint about? Null is not assignable to or undefined. Yep. Okay. So when I said optional here, I should make it nullable. Works for me. Yay. Happy compiler. Happy compiler. Happy me. Let's sort the imports. Command S. Now we will go over to the UI. This is the wrong page. Okay, we don't want that. We're on the search page. We're on the table. Here we are with this data. Searchable image with game card or undefined. Cool. Sorry, I'm new. Which language? Is it Python? No, this is TypeScript. You can look at the file extension and see TSX or TS. So this is TypeScript and TSX is React with TypeScript. Thanks for being here. If you're liking the video, tap the screen to give it a like. So that will tell the algorithm to send the video around. Okay, so here is this data. It's not assignable to game card data. That's okay. We don't need the game card data anymore. Searchable image with game card is the new hotness. Okay, and we will use the type, import type expression. Right, so if there's no data, then we want to somehow short circuit. Can I do that? I want to make an empty one, basically. I think it is to be a list. Yeah. Okay, so I can do an empty list, not an empty object. Prefer nullish. Okay, works for me. Yay. Never used TypeScript. Does it differ much from JavaScript and React? No, it doesn't differ much. It differs in a small but important way, which is that you add types. So if you're a JavaScript developer, you may sometimes find yourself wondering, what is the data inside of the variable called current or next? You don't have to wonder that with TypeScript. The data type is provable. Let's look at our UI code. Bam, we have all the datas. All your datas belong to me. Now if I type Alara, let me refresh the page. I didn't expect that it would be doing this quick filter. Is it searching on every key up? Hold on, let me look at my network. Thoughts on asparagus? I think it tastes funny. Mace. Okay, it's not making a bunch of like backend requests. So somehow there is a global filter function in operation, even though I like removed that. What's going on with the tags as objects instead of values? Because they are objects, we need to map them over to map them over to their string value. Yeah, let's go ahead and fix that. That's easy enough. So we'll make this a collection of strings. Okay, and then over here when we return tags, I'll say reduced tags. I think it's value, if I'm not mistaken. No, this should not have an implicit any type. You should know. Oh, because I said maps, that's the issue. Name, it's name. There we go. So there's the reduced tags. Okay. Void is not assignable to type string. Whatever are you complaining about? The null case. The null case was creating an issue. So if I have an image result, yes. And then if I don't, then it will be null. Okay. Tags are void. No, tags are not void. Tags are nullable. Control Alt Delete. Thank me later. Thanks, Vinny. Good tip. Oh, because I didn't put return. Big brain. My brain is so big, it hurts when I wear a wig. Sorry about that, guys. So the game card is nullable, but the IR is not nullable. So this was a bad idea. So I actually hate programming, I've decided. Because like my compiler won't let me live. Why are you mad, dude? A comma was expected. Well, then put it there. Where are you expecting a comma, my boy? Oh, because I need one more parenthesis. Got it. Israel, thanks for the follow. Cool spelling. It's like Israel with a an I with 2 dots instead of. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before. All right, and now TypeScript linter is horrible for some reason. Okay, so now you can see the tags are referring to the tag name. So now I can say elemental, bam, and my guardian fire elemental shows up. And I can say fire, and all the things with fire show up. Adrenaline rush Calum. Adrenaline rush Calum doesn't use fire. Where did the word fire come from? Is ready to fire an arrow. That's where we're seeing it. Makes sense. Some comments were filtered to protect the community. Whoa, what are y'all saying over there? What are y'all saying over there? Now I want to know. All right. I think we should basically commit now. Alara, and I click the search button. One of 2 rows is selected. Now I delete Alara, and everything shows up. See, this is confusing. It's as if the search button does nothing, which is not ideal. Are we still using this? Maybe that's the reason. That's for get random image. Okay. Yo, I've been having panic attacks lately. That is not fun. Searchable image router. Get images. Here's a public procedure. Okay. Maybe I'm just missing it, but as far as I can tell, that code looks good. Or maybe it's something on the front end. Okay, let's review the front end. Anything about a filter over here? Let's check the network. What I would like to happen is when I click the search button, a network request is made. Here, what I see happening is, this is an interesting shape of I don't know if Chrome changed the icon there. Okay, so we're getting all these results. Great, that looks good. Now let me search for Alara. Search. And now I want to get fewer results. And I get all the results. Okay, so the filter is not working. That's what's going on. So the backend filter, so actually both things are not working. The UI is still filtering. The UI is still filtering unexpectedly, and the backend is failing to filter unexpectedly. Awesome. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. So let's stage these, and we're not going to commit them because it's all busted. Okay. where I might want to use a debugger or log on the console. Let's just make sure that the filter is getting through, first of all. That's a great first step, isn't it? So we're debugging. Yay, debugging is so much fun. Okay, so here, the lowercase filter value is an empty string. Is it? No, it's not. So there we go. The filter value is not getting through. Get searchable images. Here comes the input. Filter z string z object. Let me go to my UI. So we just have two things that we're looking at, the router and the table. Here in the table, my filter is hard-coded to the empty string. That's the reason. That's the reason. So what I would like to do here, yeah, and see, I created that problem for myself, didn't I? I forgot that I did that. What I would like to do here is pass the value that the user has entered into this field. Thank you for the follow. So the value the user has passed into this field is listed somewhere, but where is it put? Where is it put? Here we have all of these column filters going on. Set column filters. Oh no, the column filters are good. Those are not row filters. Set row selection, that's also fine. Set sorting, that's also fine. So where is this filter string coming from? Set global filter. Okay, it's like a built-in basically. Yeah, so this is the reason that the UI, I think, let's comment it. I think that's the reason that the UI filter is unexpectedly obtaining. Let's just return true or false, something extreme like that. Search term, maybe. So here I will put banana. Whoa, it's not even letting me type actually. Okay, cool. That's super interesting. So the way this set global filter works is it's stringy. It's a string store. Thanks, Kat. Thanks for being here. So if I have it set to true like this, or I might also just set it to be undefined all the time, the string will never even be viewable. It's like ignoring my typing, basically. Become a quant, get bread. I mean, maybe send me a job description. It needs to be over 500 though, or I'm not leaving where I'm at. Thank you for the likes. Okay. Value is the global filter or nothing. And that's the reason that it was being basically ignored on my key down. So I think the solution is to use state that is not the table state. So I'll make my own state. Okay. Const is react.use state. So we'll do something that is maybe start it at null, undefined or null. We'll start it at undefined. How about that? Is Node.js and JavaScript the same thing? Yes. Yes. They are the same thing in the same way that a square and a rectangle are the same thing. That is, they are sometimes the same thing. So Node.js is always JavaScript, but JavaScript is not always Node.js because JavaScript can be used on the front end or back end of the stack and in some other crazy places like Internet of Things and mobile. Node.js is always being used on a server. R Stride, do you have to love coding? No, you don't. You do not have to love coding. You do not have to love it. You know, I come from a sort of middle to lower income background, and we did things that we didn't enjoy to do to get a paycheck sometimes. You know, I worked as a janitor. That was my first job. I was a janitor. So, and I would go back to doing that. I would go back to being a janitor if it was the right thing for me to do. Thoughts on the tech market? Tons of layoffs last week. Yeah, I actually think the tech market is getting better than it was a year ago. But that's kind of a low bar because it was terrible a year ago. So that's my thoughts basically. Yeah, there were layoffs, but if you look at them, there were a lot fewer than a year ago, weren't there? So I think it's getting better, but these things don't, you know, you don't just clap your hands and do a dance and then like everything turns good. It's slowly getting better. And I also think talking about the tech market in general is not super useful. I think you want to talk about particular job families. And if you talk about programmers in particular, they're doing rather well. They're doing rather well. Terrible to bad, fair enough. Yeah. Basically, yeah. Spotify, Discord, and Google went crazy, and this can kind of be expected in the economy, right? A crowd is more resilient than a monolith. Think about your architecture. Microservices are more resilient than monoliths, aren't they? We know that, and it's similar in the economy. Large businesses have a lot of fat to shed. Many of the jobs are going to be in small businesses. So the media attention on these big businesses, big tech, Google, Amazon, they're forgetting about the fact that jobs are growing in small business. And so you get an unhelpful picture of the overall economy. How would you start getting into it with no experience, but have a bachelor in something unrelated? Hey, that's exactly what I did. So my bachelor's is in economics. So I don't have a computer science degree. And the way that I did it is I built a portfolio, then I obtained certifications proving my skill, and then I started applying for jobs. And you basically do the same thing. Get the skills, show the skills, apply, and social network like crazy. That's it. I highly encourage everyone interested, if you're interested in obtaining a programming role, sign up for Latterly. This is like what we do. How often do you code to become a decent developer? It depends on the person. Depends on the person. I mean, if you're asking me, I would code a minimum of 3 days a week, preferably more. I mean, think about it like going to the gym. There's something called cognitive load theory. Cognitive load theory is like when your brain does hard work, you learn. And it's just like progressive overload in weightlifting, progressive overload. Okay. So I could say 3 days a week with 30 minutes a day. And that would be the minimum bar just so that you're overcoming the forgetting curve. But that is nowhere near optimal. That's literally like, if you do less than that, you're just not going to make any progress at all. But I would encourage you to look at your own schedule, your own availability, and just your own preferences, right? Your own preferences. And do more. But it's also not the only thing you should be doing in your life, right? Like hang out with your family, hang out with your friends, like relax a little bit, rest a little bit, go to the gym, you know. So I don't like this phrase, do as much as possible. I don't think that's good advice. You want to do as much as optimal. Currently following a tutorial of Mern, but I find myself following every instruction. That's fine. So you're in training wheels. Doing 1 or 2 of those is fine. You just don't want to get stuck in hell. So you can get in tutorial hell where you actually can't progress independently. But don't worry about tutorial hell on your first or second tutorial. 1 or 2 tutorials is great. Okay. If you finish the second tutorial and you're like, dude, I can't even upload a file to GitHub, like that's a red flag. And what you can do is you can book an expert session, one-on-one consulting, and we can come up with a training plan for you. You can get a trainer, right? We talked about cognitive overload for learning is like progressive overload for the gym. And in the same way, if you need a trainer, get a trainer, right? If you need a trainer, get a trainer. What's a good salary for a software engineer or, internship in a big city like New York City? It varies. It varies. I mean, you could get anywhere from like $0 unpaid internship all the way to like 100, maybe 200. I don't know if you can get 200. I would have to check on that. But you could get 100 grand for an internship at like a few companies, like Roblox, I think. You can check out levels.fyi. Go check out levels.fyi. End of year pay report. Here it comes. It comes right up. Oh, and by the way, the fact that I think the market is getting better, that isn't just like me hallucinating things. You can see it right here. You can see it in the data that first half versus second half salaries are growing, right? All right, entry-level engineer. Yeah, like Roblox, Figma, Jane Street, LinkedIn. I don't know. Check those out. Any good interactive tutorials that you could recommend? Probably Codecademy is the best I got there. Codecademy. What certificates are best to get? The best certificate to get is a prestigious one that employers know about. Thanks for the follow. So there's 2 places that you can go. The first thing you can go is to coursereport.com. Browse all schools, and these are coding boot camps, but I'm going to talk about that before I talk about the other ones. Sort by most reviewed, and then go to a boot camp with a 4.25 or higher. That will help you land a job. You can also find a job guarantee at some providers like Career Foundry. Guarantees a job. By the way, Latterly.io, if you do a personalized coaching plan, can also offer a job guarantee. They don't always, like it depends on the particular coaching plan, but it's an option you can talk about with your mentor. For certifications that are neither boot camps nor like not courses, just like one-off certifications. I used to say LinkedIn skill assessments, but they're gone now. LinkedIn took down skill assessments. I'm really sad about that. I think Indeed has skill assessments. You can use an expert session for skill assessment and get a referral from your mentor whenever you pass. Okay, so you can do these Indeed assessments. These are cheap. These are really just tools to help you pass an ATS. And I'll give you 2 last bits of advice. So one is Aline Lerner. So if you go to the Optimality blog, where is this thing? Learner. Basically like Amazon certifications. Is there a search on this? Search, Learner. Yeah. So here's the article, Fix 7 Concerns with Learners Analysis of Certs, okay? I have seen no evidence that the Harvard CS50 class works. Like, do you actually have evidence? I would love to see it because it's something that like influencers talk about all the time. But I haven't seen evidence. Have you? By the way, that is an online course. That's not just like a one-off cert. So it's a little bit of a different category, but I'll talk about that momentarily as well. Yeah, this will actually give you evidence on certs. So here's learner's analysis, and then mine improves over it. But learner's analysis, here are the certs. Okay. So you want to avoid Cisco. You want to avoid HackerRank. LinkedIn was an interesting case because it was kind of a cheat code within the LinkedIn platform itself. But outside of the LinkedIn platform, it wasn't very useful. You want to get into these areas that can go past the red line. So TripleByte is cool, Coursera is cool, Amazon is cool. Udemy can be cool. On the Udemy platform, there will be a variety of offerings. Pick the ones that have a high rating. And that's pretty much it. It's pretty much it. If you're a Java developer specifically, you can check out some Oracle stuff. Otherwise, I would just write off the rest of the list. What is the main programming language to learn? Is it Python? No, I don't think so. I recommend React, not Python. Learn React, not Python. You want to be a full stack developer to maximize your chances of landing a job. You cannot be a full stack Python developer. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Well, it is a thing, but it's someone who knows JavaScript and Python, which is a great idea. But that would make it a second language, not a first one, wouldn't it? CompTIA, I don't know. I mean, again, I haven't seen evidence for it. It's one of those that the rumor mill says is cool, but I haven't seen evidence that it actually works. So maybe, I mean, who do you trust, right? Is somebody that you trust saying to do it? Is it really difficult? If the answer is you trust them and it's not that difficult, just do it. If the answer is, you trust them and it's difficult, I would personally go where the evidence says, but there's a time and a place for trust to overcome the evidence that we have on hand. Whoa, really active chat. Thanks for all the questions, y'all. If I don't get to your question, please, first of all, follow the page and leave a comment on a video and I'll get back to you. Or join the Discord, latterly.io, join the Discord, and you can always bring questions to the Discord. Where would you recommend searching for remote internships? I wouldn't. I don't know. I actually think the entire internship game is overrated. I would just get a job. Like, why would you rather have an internship than a job, I'm not aware of like a really good place to find internships. You can do a Google search, find internships. Maybe LinkedIn, I guess. LinkedIn's a good job platform, so wouldn't they be a fine internship platform? I don't know. Do you think networking engineering will become more of a stable job than software engineering? No, I do not. How to spot scam jobs versus real offers? That's a good question. Yeah, do they have a notable online presence? So my wife recently wanted to buy something on Facebook Marketplace. I think it was like a chest of drawers or something. And we were going to go buy it from this person, but then she noticed that the person has one picture and one post, and they listed they have a job on their about page, but it was like a defunct business. And then the address that they sent us to meet up was a graveyard. And we're like, no, we're not going to go buy it. We're not going to go buy the chest of drawers. They can keep it. So something similar to that is what I would say. It looks like a scam for a business. If there's not a notable online presence, alternatively, how do you say there is a notable online presence? You can go to LinkedIn. They'll have a LinkedIn page. Use Amazon for an example. So there's an Amazon LinkedIn page, isn't there? Here it is. Now, you don't need 30 million followers or whatever, but you want to have like thousands of followers would be nice. Maybe hundreds. If you have dozens of followers, that's when I'm like, oh man, like I would be questioning at that point. But I think this would be a useful indicator. And then are they rated on like Glassdoor? So I work for a company that I think very highly of, and they have a 3.7 out of 5 on Glassdoor. One thing that I've heard is some people will see, oh, they have a 2.8, they're a scam. That's not necessarily true. It's not necessarily true. A company can be a real company and just have a rough culture. Yeah, I work at Upstart, yeah. Do you have knowledge in electrical engineering? No, I do not. And then the last thing about spotting a scam versus a real job is just use a trusted job board. So again, the same old routine. If you don't know which job boards, you can go to latterly.io. You can also go to my YouTube video. I have a playlist. This is going to be really useful for you. For me, this is like boring because I've done this 1,000 times, but for you, this is going to be super interesting. So find this playlist. It's called Laterally Long Current. Okay? Laterally Long Current. And here, these are the trusted job boards. 75 plus job boards analyzed. Use these top 8 to succeed. So if it's a job that you find on one of those 8, and you can click the video and watch it, it's a 5-minute video. Those are awesome job boards, and you can probably trust the job postings there. Places like Indeed, LinkedIn Jobs, Hired.com is a great one, and so on. Are you a senior developer? Yes, I am. Are apprenticeships a real thing or few and far between? The answer is it is both. It is both. Apprenticeships are real and they are rare. Good questions, chat. Thanks for being here. Hopefully you found some value in the answers. If so, follow the page and throw a like on the video. Quick reminder, if you're on TikTok, you can go to my bio, go to YouTube or Twitch and see the full screen. Do you use VS Code? Yes, I do. We're using that today. Here we are. I have a hard time finding jobs that don't require 2+ years of experience. Any suggestions? I have 3 suggestions for you. 1, apply anyway. Apply anyway. Apply anyway. Apply anyway. Apply anyway. Okay? 2, first of all, apply anyway. I'm going to say that 1,000 times because that's the main answer. Apply anyway. 2, create a portfolio and include your portfolio experience. So you can make a GitHub portfolio today. Hopefully you already have a GitHub. And many people will have created a GitHub in their, freshman year of college, and they simply don't do a good job of advocating that that experience should be counted. But the truth is it should be counted. Okay, so first tip is apply anyway. Second tip is build a GitHub portfolio and use that as experience. And the third tip is just search harder. Search harder because there are jobs that require less than 2 years. They're rare. I get it. They're hard to find, but they're out there. And particularly, you can leverage social networking. There is a website. Ooh, man, I can't remember it. But there is a website specifically for this. Entry-level tech jobs. None of these are the right result. I can't remember what that thing is called. I'm so sorry. Maybe it's on GitHub. Or like zero experience remote jobs. Zero experience programming jobs. Yeah, I can't find it. I'm sorry. But there is a website like that. Here's a front-end developer. Is this doesn't really look entry level, does it? Here you go. The very first thing I found was 1 year of experience. Web programmer. Experience level under 1 year. All right, y'all. So I hear people tell me like I can't find jobs with entry level experience, but in my area alone, there's over 1,000 of them right here. Maybe you're in the wrong place. I don't know. Well, that is something I often forget, right? If you're outside of the US, that's going to be a problem for you. So it does vary by jurisdiction for sure. Are help desk jobs a good start? Not really. Those are not going to help you become a programmer. They will maybe pay the bills. They'll pay your rent while you continue your job search. That can be an option. Okay. But in that regard, it's no better than working as a barista or a grocery store cashier. And no shade to those things. I worked as a barista and I worked at a grocery store. So those are perfectly fine jobs, but they are jobs to help you pay the bills. They're not jobs to build your career, right? What was the certification article you had up? That is learners. 7 concerns with learners' analysis of certs. Y'all, you got that noted? I'm going to go back to coding here. So there it is. You can check out the Substack optimality. This is my Substack. Good questions, chat. Thanks for being here. Okay, and I guess since before I close the tab, another quick plug, latterly.io. You can sign up for free. It's fully open source. Maybe you're already an awesome programmer. I'd love to have you contribute as well. And then you can pay what you want. As little as $1 a month, you can get additional features. And if you want to join the big leagues, $30 a month. And I will be starting small group learning next month. That's exclusive to premium members. So if you're interested in that, check it out. What is Latterly? It's latterly.io, and it is a platform that helps you learn to code, land a programming role, and grow your social and professional networks. So you get this checklist. It's like a step-by-step checklist of how to build a portfolio and then prepare for the job search and land a full-time job coding. Walks you through step-by-step. And if you ever run into trouble, maybe you get to, I don't know, volunteering is difficult for you. How do I volunteer with coding? It doesn't make any sense. Well, you can go to the Discord and ask people, or you can book an expert session and someone can help you every step of the way. What languages does it support? Latterly encourages you to learn React, which means you will start with JavaScript and you will eventually move on to TypeScript. Good questions, chat. All right, let's do some coding, shall we? Okay, so here I was typing and nothing's showing up. And the reason for that is that we have this global state variable that wasn't being allowed to continue. And now we want to use state, and this will be filter, table filter, and use table filter. Okay. So here, that will be the table filter. I guess we better start it with an empty string then. We better start it with an empty string, so that it's always typed as a string. We can see that type is flowing through. That won't be use, sorry, that will be set table filter. Thank you for the follow. So when we come down here, we will set table filter to what we were previously setting the global filter to be, except we will never use undefined. We want to keep it strongly typed as a string. Command S, reformat on the save. That's a green flag. So now I will, and now when I type, is it making a query every time? Yeah, it's making a query every time I type. Okay. So to solve this, I need to change my data fetching approach. So here, when am I using refetch, by the way? Yeah, so I'm refetching at the right time. I can skip something here. What is that thing to skip? All right, and this is the point where we ask GPT, because I can't remember the words. Consider this data table. I'll tell it that it's TypeScript. 3 backticks is an idiom to indicate code, and GPT is familiar with that, so we're telling it that it's a block of code as opposed to ordinary talk. Every key down or key up results in a network request. I don't want this. Please update the code so that the network request for data only occurs when the search button is clicked. Are you using ES7 and React Redux React Native snippets? No, I am not. No, I am not. I've never really gotten much value out of those snippets tools. They always seem to just like dump some, like I can never remember the way to use them. And then when I use them, they're dumping boilerplate that doesn't really necessarily help me. How do you get started with React? You mean how would I advise you, or are you asking about how I did it back in the day? How I'd advise you is you go to laterally.io and you sign up and you follow the step-by-step checklist. So first you will join the Discord, watch a search techniques that includes GPT usage techniques. You'll do the trial by fire here. So you're going to learn vanilla JavaScript before you learn React. And this step 6 is when you're really going to dive into React. Step 6 and 7. So you'll repeat it to reinforce. Basically, everything you learn will be multiply reinforced. The idea that you touch on a subject once and move on, that's not how it works in professional programming. You're repeating these skills every day. And so we also want that reinforcement at education time. Do you enjoy Python? Yeah, I love it. I love it. I really love Python for data analysis. How can we figure out if a course is up to par for the checklist? That's a great question, Clay. Thanks for being here. Let's see. Let's take another look at the checklist. I would hope it was clear. Coursera, Codecademy Pro front-end, a reputable bootcamp, or a Latterly mentorship. So these are meant to be for very specific things. Maybe the part that's not clear is a reputable bootcamp. There is a technical definition of a prestigious bootcamp, and I think I mentioned it in the blog. So here I'm at the Latterly blog. Let's see. Latterly considers the following options to constitute a substantive program: a college degree, prestigious coding bootcamp. Right. Okay. So the answer to your question, Clay, is this blog, and I just need to link this blog in the checklist. It should be linked here. Boot camps don't work anymore. Go to an online college. According to Bedpisser99. Great take, Bedpisser. Can't make this up. You can't make this stuff up. Okay. Yeah, again, the advice is not to go to a random boot camp. A random boot camp is not going to help you. The advice is to go to a prestigious boot camp. And many of these boot camps have job guarantees. So they definitely do work. And that's under Article 2, Building a Quality Portfolio. I'm telling you so you don't waste money on a boot camp. Well, it's not a waste of money if there's a job guarantee, is there? It's not a waste of money if there's a job guarantee. OMSCS doesn't have a job guarantee. Do you believe Coursera courses being on your resume could help you land a job? The answer is yes, they can help you, Isabella. They can help you. The way that they can help you specifically is if you include your technical skill keywords on your resume, then it will help you pass through an ATS. So that benefit is tangible, but it is small. You're going to want to do more than that, but it can help you, yes. I did a 9-month boot camp. I loved it, but still have a lot to learn. That's a great attitude, DJ Supa. Great attitude. We never stop learning. I've been programming 10 years and I still learn every day. List of prestigious boot camps you would recommend. I think Springboard is my number one right now. Springboard, yeah. I wish they would sponsor me. They don't. I wish they did because I like them. Can you get 6-figure jobs with this checklist? Just curious what the salary looks like doing this. You can, but I mean, it's not going to be next year. So the way it would usually work is that you'll get something around 60 to 70K. And again, this is assuming a US context. So I'm working with someone out of the UK and the salary is just trash over there. So they'll be lucky to get 30K. But in a US context, you would usually get 60 to 70K for your first job. And then you could step to 100K for your second job. IDK, man, I'm in a FANG adjacent for an internship. What's a FANG adjacent? What's a FANG adjacent? I mean, isn't pretty much everything a FANG adjacent? And why are we listening to an intern? So I have worked at Amazon. I guess you could say the place I work today is FANG adjacent. Like, I don't know what that means. What would you recommend by doing more other than Coursera? Yeah, so the answer is right in front of us. And then you're also going to want to do social networking. That's really important. Try to get more than 500 contacts on LinkedIn. And applying to many, many places. Build a portfolio and apply to many, many places. I mean, I'm a senior with a return offer. So yeah, congratulations. That's great. I'm happy for you. Yeah, but please don't mistake that to mean that you like know what's good for everyone else. Big, big difference. So you're a senior in college with a return offer. I'm a senior engineer with a PhD who has studied the economics of boot camps. So, I mean, credential pissing contests are really stupid. You should just look at the research, but I know the research and I've helped write it. Okay. Good questions, chat. Thanks for being here. So what are we doing now? We want this table filter to work without re-triggering network requests on every key down. Let me also take out these unnecessary imports. So here I'm going to right click, close to the right. I just have 2 files open, helps me focus. So here we are, and this is the recommendation from GPT. Let's review it. Make sure to always review, right? GPT does a great job, but we want to not take it at face value. So we're going to have an input and a set an input. I'm not sure what that input refers to. Currently, we have the table filter, set table filter makes sense. We're passing table filter here. Enabled is false. This is the bit that I was trying to remember. Enabled is false. So then I guess what will happen is that it will do a 1 pass with enabled set to true, and then it will refalsify itself. Set table filter to trigger the query. Await refetch. Interesting. Set input value on the change over here. Oh, come on, that's so obvious. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Wow. See, that's when I'm doing too many things at once and I can't pay attention to the obvious solution. So the obvious solution is that you decouple them. My problem is that I was coupling the filter to the network call. I was coupling the filter to the network call. What a mid move. Yeah, so we'll have two different ones. One which is the input, and I guess that would be the button then, isn't it? Handle, roll, click. Handle, roll, click. Handle, roll, click. Here we are. So basically it's going to do a one pass and that will trigger the network request. So here's the input value. The input value will be the text that I type. Input value. Yeah, it's kind of like current table filter and like network request table filter. Table filter input, cur input. I'm going to call it that. That makes more sense to me. Table filter for network call. I realize these names are like unnecessarily long, but it helps me understand what's going on, so I think it's worth it. Then we'll write their setters. Okay. So previously here, I set table filter. Now that's going to be set table filter for network call. And that's going to trigger the network call. This input value will take the input, table filter cur input. So we're taking the current input. The current input is going to be getting updated, but it won't be triggering anything. When they hit submit, it's going to fire off that network call. Set table filter cur input. Hey, you've done some great work, but we are actually looking for class-based components. Is this like a legacy code base? Was that a joke? That's funny. I'm JK. That's actually a fantastic joke. I'm not going to lie. Hey, you did some great work, but we actually want class components. That's an excellent joke. Okay, thank you for the likes. All right, so here we are in the UI. Table filter is not defined, right, and it shouldn't be. So I renamed it. Let's go fix that. What is it called now? Now it's the one for the network request. Thank you for the follow. Quick reminder, if you're on TikTok, I am streaming to YouTube and Twitch. Link is in my bio, and you will be able to see the full screen. Okay, so here's the UI. Let's search for Battler. Oh, my typing is not working. My typing is not working. There's one piece missing here, and that is to use table filter cur input for display. That's the piece we're missing. Okay, so how to do the display. This is the display. Table filter cur input. Yay, I can write again. Let me refresh the page. Add a use ref. Yeah, hold on. I don't think that I need a use res. I don't think I need one in this case. What would be the reason? Real question, why don't the inner functions require type sets? You got it, don't mind me. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that would have worked. I just don't think it's necessary. Okay. The inner functions, you can put a typeset if you want, but it's not required. Why is it not required? Am I using strict mode? I'm actually not sure if I'm using strict mode in this code base. I think the answer is that the type is flowing through just fine and it's resolving. Hey, I just learned this tip and it changed things for me. Ooh, hit us, Clay. Yeah, so I see the types flowing through, so I think that's the reason there's no complaint. So you can add an explicit type if you want, but I just think it's just not needed. I had no idea TypeScript didn't always require everything to be set, but I'm not a TypeScripter. Yeah, you don't always have to explicitly set it. That's true. If you do Command F2 when selecting a variable, it changes all variable names. Thank you for the follow. Great tip, Clay. Yeah, that's one of those things. I can't remember all of those things. But if you can remember it, it can be helpful. I think we're looking really good. Let's verify the network triggering. So I want to be able to type Battler, and it should not trigger network request. None. We see none, right? Now let me search. And it did. And it did. Yay! Mace. Yay! Again. Ilara. Yay! I also want a reset button. Search. Reset search. And this will... Okay, chat, let me know. Do I need a reset search? So the idea of reset search is to set the search with an empty string. Or should I just expect users to know to do an empty string? Don't make assumptions about users. That's going to be my self-advice here. Don't make assumptions about users. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. I think it's expected. Yeah, I do too. All right, if I can get 4 in the chat that say don't do it, then I will. But the thing is I really want more than one, because we're going to agree here with our intuition because we're technical. But users, though, you know what I mean? But end users, though. A user can break it. If a user can break it, they will break it. Big facts. Okay. Yeah, big facts coming over here from CRM. So we will do handle roll click. Is this an async? I will control minus to go back. It is an async. I'm adding the await keyword. Because I have the await keyword, I need the async method prefix. And here we want to set the table filter current input. We want to set the table current input to an empty string. Okay. So let me see if my reset search works. Boom. Yay. All right. So this works wonderfully. Let's go ahead and commit it. There's going to be a scalability problem here because I don't have a limit. I don't have a limit here. Searchable image. I'll go ahead and add the limit. Not a big deal. Where? Here's the where. Is limit just another word? Limit. Is it offset? Take. I think it's take. Yeah, okay, take. Take 1,000. Take 999. All right, cool. So here, time site, and we're searching. Cool, and I still get the 1, even though I said take 1,000, it's not going to. Why did I get 2 results? Here's Calum with the time site wand. And here is Calum with a moonstep. Look, why is it giving me all of these? Hang on. Let's take a look again. So I'm refreshing the page. The more I learn coding, the more I realize I should have picked a business degree. That is super funny. Was that GraphQL or Postgres? We're using TRPC, which is similar to GraphQL. And we are also using Postgres. So it's not GraphQL, but it's kind of in the ballpark. No, it's really not. It's really not. GraphQL, the key thing about it is that it provides the query tools to the client. With TRPC, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. But it does still use the query data structure. So it's similar in that regard. Does it get all rows and post filter? I hope it doesn't. Let's check on that. I really don't want it to. This is This is the dev tools. This is not me. This is the is it React Dev Tools or TRPC itself is doing this, I think. Yeah, there it is. You can see it's coming from TRPC. Good question, chat. Yo, chat is in here today. I love it. If you're enjoying the video, please follow the page and tap like so the algorithm will send it around. I also encourage you to sign up at latterly.io. This is a learning and social networking community for techies, programmers. You can join the Discord. You can join for free. You can sign up for free. If you're already an expert programmer, please contribute to our curriculum and make it better. And then you can unlock features for as little as $1 a month and support the channel, support content creation, education. And if you want personalized help, you can check out an expert session. I'm followed and tapping. You're awesome. Thank you so much. You seem like a good teacher. That's very kind of you to say. Thank you very much. Okay, so here we are, and we are trying to verify what the return package is on the network tab. So let's say I search for Mace. I'm searching. Here I'm clicking, and why do I have 2 results? This is the part that I don't expect. This is the part that I don't expect. Look at all these data. Maybe this is a history. Okay, this could be a TRPC thing. Let me reset search. Now do I have 3 entries? Nope, now I'm back to 1. Now if I say search for Battler, what do I have? Now if I search for something that's unique again, Troll, do I get a 3rd entry? Nope. So it's not like a cache backtracking either. Let's look in my, thank you for the follow. Let's look in my router. Am I returning extra things without thinking about it? So here's a singular array. It's a singular array. I don't know. Let's look for different, I'm wondering if it's somehow getting the default. It's like sometimes shipping the default payload with it. I think this might be a TRPC feature, but I can't tell. Let's check out the art roll, see what happens there. So here is my art roll data. If I re-roll, do I get 1 or 2? I still just got 1 payload. Okay. Random image. If I reload, do I get 1 or 2? I'm still getting a singular. I don't know. Okay, so I can reset as much as I want, and I'm always getting 1 payload. It's sort of like the base payload. But if I do this other search, wand, now I'll get a double, but I never get to a triple. Frankly, I don't want to spend time on this. As long as it never goes to a triple, I actually don't care. I actually don't care. Thank you for the follow. Do you like the new React use server change? I haven't really used it, so I can't say much. we're going to stage this. Let's look through and make sure there's no obvious errors before we continue. Is it from having a local and network search? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I can go to the next. So there's the pagination going on, 0 to 14. Whoa, what did I click there? Oops. Accidentally opened Audacity. Let me close that. Sorry. Okay. Let me actually vertically shrink my browser again so I don't do that again. So here's the next button. Pagination is working. Zero of 4 selected. Cool. Cool. Yeah, let's commit this. I think this looks good. Feature here is get data from DB instead of hard coding it in the UI. Big win, big win. Next thing we'd like to do is I want to make this like description thing pop a little more. One of the things GPT-4 is really cool for, I'll show you. My table text headings and some other elements are hard to read. Can we make them white also? Reagan says, I came over here from TikTok Live. Welcome, Reagan. Thanks for being here. And that might take a moment. Robert says, that's awesome. Can your image generation also make a secondary thumbnail for previews? Yeah, it can. I think so. Okay. We're going to try and get these texts here to pop a little more. What else do we want to do? The view image details. I want that to work. And I want to cursor over with a pointer finger. So let's go to the actions. Command F, action. It's not here. It's going to be under the, oh, it's going to be in the UI. We're in the backend still. Here I'll Command P. I'll go to image search result table. Now I'm looking for the actions. Here are the actions. Drop down menu. Here's the label and then the items. Each of these items, let me Command click. I want to style these. So this is in my drop-down menu UI. This is ShadCN, by the way. Big shout out to them. And one of their ideas, let me show you this, ShadCN. One of their ideas is that you don't use it like a library. You copy it into your application and you own the style of it. Demi, thanks for the follow. Okay, so I own it so I can change it. So I'm right here. I'm right here. And with all of these CN rules, I can add some tailwind to make it a cursor pointer. I just have to remember what that is. Checkbox item, I'm not wanting to mutate that. I think this is the one, and we will do, it's a check icon. No, sorry. That's not the right one. This is the one. And we'll just do a guess and check. My Git history is clean, so if I get it wrong, I can always revert. We love Git, don't we? Collapse all these so I can easily see my changes. Drop down menu item, yeah. And here, is it cursor pointer? Cursor default cursor pointer. Oh, it has contradictory rules. Okay. Cursor default cursor pointer. So now, here, I have a pointer. That was easy, wasn't it? What about the columns here? I want those to have pointers as well. Columns. Columns. So here's columns, drop down trigger menu. Let's look in this thing. Okay. Drop down menu primitive dot trigger. Okay, let's look at the trigger. And here I have dove into radix, unfortunately. That's no good. Okay. Columns is a button. Columns is a button, so I have the cursor. Then here in the drop down, title. Where's title written? Title. So here's an array of columns, and it's used here. Get all columns. So this is where it's being used. Drop down menu checkbox item. Let's go over there. Drop down menu checkbox item. Cursor pointer. This is a Tailwind style. And again, we have the contradiction, so we'll delete the old default. So now in my row level submenu, I have my pointers. And now at the top level columns, I have my pointers. A win is a win. Thanks for the follow, Daryl. Let's do a small commit. We can commit these changes. This is going to be, I'll consider a style commit. Cursor pointer for drop down items. Sim Liu, thank you for the follow. Okay, maybe we should brighten this text next. Let's see what GPT came up with. To improve the readability, you can do some CSS. You might need to do something like this. Coming across real strong. Maybe you can do the CSS. I'll do that if I have to, but I'm using Tailwind. So I think there should be a Tailwind way. Chris, thank you for the follow. So for the Tailwind way, and this is getting towards the end of GPT training data, like Shadcyan is pretty new, so GPT might not know how to use it. But basically, I want to find these elements and then appropriately Tailwind them. So here I'll Command F, Command V. I will add a left angle. I'm going to Command A, Command X, Command Shift F, Command V to look through all files. And here I can see this table file. This table file has the THs. And so here I will try to color it, but it looks like class names are passed through. So I don't need to style it here necessarily. I can style it where I invoke table head, and that would be here. Remembering that Tailwind uses class name based style, which is super awesome. Just it's Sunday. When you go and do your prayers, pray for Tailwind on your next UI project. It's so good. It's atomic, and it has many of the styles that you will need and many that you never even thought you would need, and they are named intuitively. Okay. I really haven't sold Tailwind very well today, but it's better than I make it seem. Here I'd like to add my class name, and I'll just say color white. How about that? Can I download this code? Hi, Sim. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. So this is open source. The way to find the code is to go to ariastail.com and then look on the GitHub button, and you'll be able to see the code. Now, we are working on this pull request. We're working on this pull request. So you can look at the latest code here, and you might not see everything that we're working on, but it will be there soon. Okay, what am I doing? I am trying to fix the bug. Unexpected div. Oh no, a wild div has appeared. Wow, that got nasty really quick, didn't it? The reason is I have an extraneous brace right there. This is actually an interesting education point. One letter, one character, one keystroke can cause your entire program to crash and your entire IDE to go red. The best thing to do is to keep calm. I know that's like easy to say, hard to do. Like, just remember, a second ago, it wasn't all red. So in the worst case, I just need to revert my code to a second ago. Let me Command Z. Okay, everything's better. So process of elimination, right? We're triaging, we're triangulating, we're isolating the window of possible error. It's somewhere between now and let me hit the redo. It's somewhere between there and here. 1, 2, 3. It's somewhere between here, 1, 2, 3, and here. So don't freak out. Don't go all over the place looking in different files. It's just going to be right here. And the problem is that I hit that extra button there. Little debugging tip. It happens even to seniors. If you're a junior, like, don't worry. People are not thinking bad about you. If you hit a wrong button, the IDE freaks out, and this happens to everyone. So here, what did I hope to do? With the heading, I was hoping to whiten the text of these elements, and it doesn't appear to have worked. Here's a TH. And it does not appear to have worked. Ethan, hey John, is there a reason why you revamped the trial by fire? Yes, great question, Ethan. The first reason is that the original trial by fire, there was no discussion of ChatGPT. And that's a big change in software engineering, that in 2024 and in the future, we need to, that's standard now. You need to know how to use ChatGPT. And there were some other reasons, but they're escaping me. I don't know. Go watch them both and then let me know your thoughts. Was it pretty much the same? Like, they're very similar. That's true. Oh yeah, Clay says didn't use an IDE. That's a great point. So in the first trial by fire, I start by using Notepad, which is a plain text Windows application. It doesn't really make sense if you're on Mac. It's not the same on Mac. So in the new trial by fire, I start with GitHub Browser IDE, the GitHub Web Editor, which is a new technology. So that's a great addition to the 2.0 trial by fire, using the GitHub Browser Editor. It's operating system agnostic, and it's new, and it's really useful. And I don't think that I deployed to GitHub Pages in the first trial by fire, did I? So I think the Git ops went up a level, basically, in the new trial by fire. You get all the way to the point of being able to deploy a public website. Good question, Ethan. Thanks for being here. Let me turn to, I think there's some other questions on TikTok. So on TikTok, we have Sim. What are we trying to achieve here from a product perspective? Yeah. So from a product perspective, I would like to be able to search these images. Then I would like to be able to view the images. So in the future, we're going to view image details. And this will basically create a better approach for users, a better experience for users who currently have to randomly browse narrative world images for Aria's Tale. It's just random right now. As a user, instead of random, I would much prefer to be able to search and find, because we're starting with images and then we're going to a trading card game, like a Pokemon trading card game, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic the Gathering, a trading card game. So right now we're just dealing with the images, but in the future, I would like to be able to search for cards because I want to add them to my deck for strategic reasons. I want to add more battlers to my deck. I want to add more healing items to my deck. So for all of these reasons, it's really important to be able to search. Also, this is a game narrative world, and I would like to be able to correlate images to narrative. Okay, so here's the narrative. We'll go to Arc Aria, for example. So this is like a book. It's like narrative. I would like to be able to see pictures for a particular chapter. And so that's another reason I want to be able to search. Or I'd like to be able to see pictures of a particular character or a particular scene. So for all these reasons, I want to be able to search images. Good question, Sim. Thanks for clarifying. Ahmed, thank you for the follow. Robert says, or text white. Yeah, let's try that. I think I got it wrong, didn't I? Right, text white. Yep, I think that was it, Robert. Yay! W Robert. Everyone give Robert a dub. I got my CSS and my Tailwind mixed up. Okay, question to you, chat. Should I also brighten the text, the default filter by title and everything here? Should I brighten that? Or should I let it be dim because it's like a placeholder to be replaced? What is your thought? Give me a B for brighten or an L for leave it alone. I'll take a sip of my drink here while we get a response. All right. Thank you very much. Overwhelming response that we should leave it alone, keep it dim. In that case, we're looking pretty good, aren't we? So here I'll search for Archmage. We'll search. Great. So here's the Archmage. It's been filtered. Let's reset. Ooh, I had to click twice. That wasn't good. Let's see if I can reproduce that. Archmage, search, reset search. Yo, why do I have to click it twice? That is not good. Something wrong with my reset button. So when I search, I handle the roll click. Okay. Yeah, okay, we will alter this. We will alter this because there are two render loops happening. That's the reason. So it's re-rendering and the await gets ignored effectively. So here I'm going to simply set table filter cur input empty string. And whenever the string is empty, we will automatically refresh on that case. Okay. So here, filter, here's the refetch. Ooh, I think this is actually wrong here. I think I need an enabled key. Enabled. I think that didn't work. I think I need to add an expression there instead of a straight false, but we'll see. Let's see what this does. Okay, so let's try Archmage, search, reset. And now mini resets are still not helping. Okay. Here, are you using React Query? Yes, I am. Archmage, search. Whoa, this is really slow. What's going on here? Is it looping? Did y'all know that an archmage is just someone who uses arch? Oh, only in a environment like this could I crack a Linux joke like that. This is not working. Oh no, Batman. Enabled false. And I will comment this because it seems to be hurting things. Reset, reset. Let me refresh the page again. This is not cool. Archmage, search. Okay. Clearing my network, clearing my console. Reset. That emptied the input, but that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to empty the network call. Reset. Okay, let me try setting both. I think that's my mistake. Table filter cur input. Yeah, let me try doing both. Actually, I don't need to do both. I can just do the network only. Yeah, okay, I need a different handler, basically. I need a different handler. So this is handle search click. Because as soon as I hit this line, it's getting reset. That's the problem. Handle search click. Okay. And then I'll have handle reset click. These are actually different things. So here I want to set the filter network to an empty string, and there I want it to be whatever the input is. Cool. Are you using Redux by any chance? Not in this project, no. As an aside, also excited for Dragon's Dogma 2 this year. Let's go! Let's go. Handle, no, this is going to be the handle of the search over here. Handle search click. And over here, we're going to handle reset click. Bam. We win. We win. We figured it out, team. Go team. So here I'm searching for Archmage. Search, reset. We're clean. Look at that. Fast, performant, high quality, readable. Come on. We should be getting paid for this. Come on. I'm going to commit this change. This is, I can also, let's see. Before I commit, let's try this enabled thing. Do I want this or not? So let me set false, which is counterintuitive to me, but that's what GPT said. So we'll give it a test. How many rows of data? We're looking at I think 20 right now, but we will eventually scale to hundreds. Whoa, and this thing is just not loading now. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of this because I don't know what's going on over there. That's breaking my site. Kat, thank you so much. Okay, regression test pass. So we will eliminate the enabled concept. And this feature is, this is the reset button, right? Yep, so the feature here is, the feature is handle reset click. How does tracking wide? Not sure what that means. Jeremy, thanks for the follow. Can you say a little more? What do you mean tracking wide? Okay, so this is looking good. And what I would like to do now is we need to do two things. First of all, from a data perspective, the game cards are not being seeded. So notice that the Mace Troll has no battle power. Well, it should have battle power. The reason it has no battle power is because the Mace Troll only exists as an image. It doesn't exist as a game card in the database. It's an option to spread font spacing slightly. Okay. So are you recommending we try it, or why were you bringing it up? What, if you want to try it, what element were you wanting to try it on? Okay, so we need to migrate the DB with some game cards, and then we also need to create these detail pages. The table header, okay. So here's the page heading, and then here would be some table headers. So you want to try these table headers? Let's try that. Tracking wide. Text white, and then we will add tracking wide. Tracking wide. I think it looks fair. What do y'all think? That looks good? Dub in the chat if you want to keep it. L in the chat if you want to roll it back. I'm not seeing any activity in the chat. I guess we're indifferent. Unfortunately, if we're indifferent, I'm going to go ahead and roll it back. Don't make a change unless it adds value. We don't want valueless change. Valueless change brings, there is wide, wider, widest. Yeah, do you want to try wider? We're on the fence about this one, but we want to try a little bit wider. Let's do that. Wider. I think that does look good. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to vote to keep it this time. Cool. Thanks for bringing that up, Robert. Nice call out. I think it makes the headings look a little bit nicer. So this will be style, headers, wider headers, wider header text. Sim says any clone. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay. Let's do some database migration. Let's do some database migration. So we got 14 cards. Lyra with the twin swords at the Lake of Whispers. That needs to have a battler tag on it. So we'll do the database migration first, and then we'll do the details page second. So these tags are not getting created. Ooh, that's right. Because the tags are separate entities, we actually need to create them. Let's go through the, We're not making new cards, we are just making battlers, so we should not be making new tags, okay? So here, I will ask GPT to complete. Consider this DB seed. Please add the missing tag records. This is a really great example of some kind of boilerplate work that GPT should be able to accelerate in theory. So this is going to be our seed data. Here's our seed file. The seed file is the logical file that will pull in the seed data and commit it into the database. So we have a create many, skip if it already exists. This should probably be upserts rather than skip if exists. So on the searchable image, we do an upsert. That is, if the image already exists, but we changed, say, the description. Update or create. If we change the description, it will update it in the database instead of skipping it. So these are the searchable images. And now we want to make game cards. So this is for each image of searchable images. Then we will for each, let's co-pilot this, for each game card. Copilot is not working today. I don't know if I messed up my plugin or what. I missed your design where the images in a linked table or part of the same. They're a linked table. They're a linked table. So it's possible to have a game image that is not a battle card. It could be just like an image in your book, for example. Or it could be the image, the art has been accepted, but the details of the battle card have not yet been developed or accepted. So it could be sort of like an in-progress state also. Joseph, thank you for the follow. Yeah, that didn't work, so we'll just have to do this ourselves. For const cur game card of game cards. Joseph, thank you so much. Hey, if y'all are into trading card games, sign up to Aria's Table itself, Aria's Tale itself. You are able to play by comment. This is a really interesting approach. You're able to play by comment on the TikTok pinned video. So go to TikTok. There's an official Aria's Tale TikTok. Here it is. It only has 63 followers. Give it a follow. If everyone on this video followed it, we would double the number of follows, right? The pinned video right here, the one that says it has 348 views so far, you can play Aria's Tale as an RPG. So remember, this is a game world, which means it's a story like the Harry Potter book series, and it also has games around it, including a TCG and a TRPG, like Baldur's Gate, a role-playing game. So you can play by comment, and this thing has been up for, I guess, half a month. It's been up for half a month. Admittedly, it was the holidays, so people are busy. I get it. But no one has taken a turn. All you have to do is comment to take a turn, and that will progress the story forward. So check out this video. We love a TCG, but we also love a TRPG. And that's how the community can build this narrative. It's a community authored narrative, which I think is really cool. Robert says, can you have multiple images for the same game card, like variants? Yes. Isn't that great? The answer is yes. In fact, if we go back to the TikTok, let me Command-Shift-T, you can see one of the variants. So right here, this is a variant. Here, let me mute it and I'll play it. This is Calum Exhausted. Calum Exhausted is a variant. So here's one variant, and let's see if I can find you the other variant. If I could search, I could find it up really quickly, couldn't I? Calum Exhausted. Here's the other Calum Exhausted. So they're very different art styles, but they're the same game card. Isn't that cool? All right. So I think this is going to be a ton of fun whenever it gets production ready. And those crystals could be shiny. We should probably make this one a holo, I think. Okay. We await the searchable image. No, we don't. Here we're doing the game card now. Game card upsert. Await game card upsert. curgamecard.id. Update resolved image. Do we need to resolve the game card here? I think not, but let's look at the schema to be sure. Aria's Tale schema, model, game card. Are you having GPT save the seed in image prompt in case you want to replicate style later on? Kind of. So we have something called an art roll. So the art roller API basically preserves art subjects and art styles. So I'm not having GPT save the styles, but we have a fixed list of styles. So we are able to replicate very often. And some of these styles are really cool. I've actually been able to learn a lot about art through this experience. So like pointillism. Like previously, I wouldn't have even been able to see a piece and say, oh, that's pointillism. But now I can, which I think is really cool. Nodal art is wild, y'all. Nodal art is so cool. That's like Native American art, like Mesoamerican, Aztec, Mayan. It's really awesome. So I think a lot of us will know about maybe anime or comic book style art. You might know about realism or pop art. But there are some of these that are like lesser appreciated. Oh, and then stick figures, that's just like a fun one. What happens after you comment on the vid? Then I will create a reply video saying what happens next. So it's as if I'm the dungeon master and you are the player. So you will take a turn, I'll tell you the result, and then you can take another turn. And it continues in a chain like that creates the story. Does that make sense? Great question. Thank you for asking. Okay, so here we are for each game card. I've written the code so we don't need the comment anymore. We don't have game cards at the moment. We also don't need to resolve an image. So here I can say, I can destructure basically. So this will be const ID, card data, other card data. Okay, so we're going to destructure the ID and the other card data. We'll update or create the other card data. And here we will where on the ID. So let's get our game cards. Where are they? We need to define them. So now we're going back to here. We'll say const game cards is this. And I guess we call this searchable. Yeah, we call it searchable images. We'll need a type game card seed. We can call them game card seed. Robert says, nice, I had built a GPT low quality locally. Oh, low code, sorry, not low quality. Low code locally with Crew AI to emulate D&D playthroughs. How did it go? How did it go? That was kind of how Aria's Tale started, is something like that. But I'm not a real stickler for D version 5e or whatever. Like I'm not a stickler for which rule set. But it was kind of that idea basically is like, let's automate TRPG. Automated TRPG. It worked pretty well, but you could cheat and tell it the outcomes. Yeah, that's how the large language models be. That's true in mine as well. So I use it as a co-DM, not a sole DM. And it works really well for that. So here's the game card seeds. So cur game card of game card seeds. And then here we can import this. And let's rename this searchable image seeds. Since the type is different, I want to give it a different name. Also need to make sure that I'm exporting the game card seeds. Good. This seems to be working. Console.log, search seeding searchable images. Let's add another one. Console.log, seeding game cards. Okay. Here I'm going to right click, close others, command click. And what goes in the game card seed? Well, we need to have an ID. It's going to be a number. Optionally with a battle, it needs to have a description. Let me get the schema back. Aria's Tale schema. So hopefully the game card has its own description, yeah, which is distinct from the image description. Game card seed, name is a string, description is a string. And I might like to call this battle description. Or like, no, it's fine to call it the game card description. Is generic, rarity, and tags. Tags will already belong to the image, won't they? Would I want to distinctly tag the game card? I would prefer not to. It seems to just be like a source of desynchronization with the image. So I actually want to break this. I actually want to break tags relation. Okay, so we're going to break the tag relation. It's always going to be through the image. To do, seed notable non-battler tags, including techniques, items, environments, and events. Okay, we can do that today. Movie Man, hey, I'm new here. What's up, Movie Man? Welcome. I'll grab that to do and bring it over to my seed data. Since we're updating these tags anyway, we can knock that out today. Okay. So the user game card, here's the game card. It needs a name, a description. So the image name might be different than the game card name. I think that's fair, although often they will be the same. So why battle cards versus card roll? Is there a lot more info passed for battle? Why battle cards versus card roll? I don't understand the question, sorry. Can you rephrase the question? Is there a lot more info passed for battle? Well, these are game cards. Sorry, battle card versus game card, two different data sets. No. So the only thing interesting about a battle card, and by the way, it's battler, is that is like, it's gonna have power and health. So like an archer would be a battler. A health potion would not be a battler, you see? But they're both game cards. So whether you're able to play a card as a battler, am I pronouncing that poorly? Sorry about that. I did not think it was worth it to create a foreign table based on these two properties. So we just have all of the game cards, but this is an optional two properties. I did not think that was worth sharding. Okay, name, description, is generic, rarity, basically all of this stuff. And the image, and how do we want to join the image? We can join it by ID. Gotcha. So if a battler, you have health, power, shield attributes with a separate image. I don't know. I mean, every card is going to have its own image. So it's not like battlers have a separate image. Every game card has an image, right? So health potions and so forth will also have images. And then we could go by image ID, but I actually prefer to go by the image file name. Is that silly? Maybe I should just go by the image ID. I think image titles are also unique. Model image, searchable image. The title is also unique. Let's go by title. So the title is a UUID. I'm checking this schema to make sure I didn't mess it up. So I'm taking off the tags. We will stage that. Do you have a business model? Not really. It's open source right now. If y'all want to send me money, I'd appreciate it. In the meantime, this is basically a hobby project. But yeah, I guess the business model would be in the future print physical cards and sell them maybe. Or like you can buy booster packs, I guess. But really, this is just a fun community project. So a lot of the business stuff is over in Latterly. So here, let's npm run db migrate. You're beautiful. Thank you, Steve. That's really nice. We need to reset all of the data. Oh, that's brutal. Why? Your database is not in sync with your migration history. No, I don't want to reset all the data. Let's do Prisma like db push. So I'm going to command P package JSON. We're going into Aria's tail db push. So let's try that. npm run db push. Did that drop all my users? All right, let me go check. Hopefully that didn't drop all of you. I'm refreshing the page. The user table still exists, thank God. Is your UUID similar to a compound key currently? UUID on which entity? Which entity are you referring to? Are you talking about a game card? Yeah, on the game card. Okay, so let me think about the question. So is the UUID on the game card similar to a compound key? No, it's not. No, it's not. So it has its own UID. It's just an incremented integer ID. It's just an integer ID. That's it. Now, it's true that the ID is the primary key, but it is not the only unique key. Okay. So I have multiple unique keys, but they are not joined as a compound. They are not joined as a compound. They are just sort of sibling unique keys. Yo, I got a great question for you. How do you keep Prisma data when uploading new versions? Well, you should make backups, although I just pushed the DB without making a backup. If I upload my new remix zip to AWS, my Prisma data is gone, right? No, that is not how that should work. That is not how that should work. Unless you have some watchers set up on your remix physical files, and then the watchers are triggering database changes or something strange like that, like an ETL. So that's possible, but that's really abnormal. The normal way AWS works is that an S3 would be totally independent of your DB. So you can manipulate all your UI files and they don't change any DB stuff. So not in a normal case, although I don't know if you have a custom setup going on. So the users are safe. I'm looking at the DB on the other screen. Let me see. I have the game cards. They are empty. And then the images, image, searchable image. We have list of 14 records. Great. Everything is going according to plan. Ha ha ha. Quick reminder, if you're on TikTok, you can go over to YouTube or Twitch. Link is in my bio and see the full screen. So here we'll say feature RM tag association on game cards. Well, no, I ended up just setting up an RDS MySQL and use that. I'm coming from PHP, so this is all new. Yeah, hang in there. Hang in there. I think it'll get, what's your experience been so far? I would think that it would be better. When you were in PHP, were you doing vanilla PHP or Laravel or WordPress or something else? I think pretty soon, though, it'll be better. AWS can be a pain, but JavaScript and TypeScript themselves are pretty good. They catch a lot of heat. Like, people complain, but they're really pretty good. So here I'm right-clicking. I'm closing to the right. I am confirming on my schema. So let me command click the game card seed. It's empty. That's fine. Command P, Aria's tail, schema, model game card. Here it is. And I'm confirming I have the name, description, whether it's generic, whether it's rare, battle power, battle health, and the image ID. And we wanted to go for the image title, I think it was. I think that's the last piece. The last piece of goofiness. Image title. And that's going to be a required string. Cool. So now we'll be doing good. Thank you for the follow. So Battler Power is a optional int. Battler Health is an optional int. Okay. Rarity, we can import this enum. We're cleaning up these lent errors now. Oh, it's not int, it's integer in, oh, it's number, sorry. It's number in TypeScript world. Int is Python. Okay, so we have numbers. The name is a string. We already got the name. We already got the description. Whether it's generic is a Boolean. What do you think of data structures and algorithms? They're awesome. They're awesome. Leak code can be a pain in the ass. I get it. So I totally sympathize with that. And if we're talking about, whether it's necessary for the job search, from the consumer side, yes, like you as a student, you should be learning them. From the employer side, we can do better. We overuse them and it's lazy. But still, at the end of the day, you need data structures. Whether or not you're using them leak code style in your interview process, you're going to want to be familiar with them. They're super useful. What do you think about embedded systems? I'm glad somebody's doing it, but I'm glad it's not me. That's how I feel about embedded systems. Digpin, this might help for DB push in the future. Thank you so much, Digpin. Thank you so much. Great link. Okay, I think this is going to work for our seed data. Let's make the name and description optional. If the name and description are not found, I'm going to let it fall through to the title and description of the image. Hell yeah, dude. I think this is great. All right, so let me see if I can give this 3 shots and then have GPT figure out the rest. 1, 2, 3. Matt, thanks for the follow. So ID 1, 2, and 3. Let's review the Archmage Caleb holding a Moonstaff. We can fall through on that. Archmage Caleb holding a Time Sight Wand. Fall through on that. It's fine. That's fine. A troll strikes an opponent with a spiked mace. I think it's fine. We can fall through on all 3 of those. When would be a case that I would actually want to override the description? I don't know. I don't know of any cases yet. So we'll leave them off, I guess. Name and description, name and description, name and description. So it's nice that that's an option, but I practically don't know when I would use it right now. These 3 will all be battlers. Let me also find one which is not a battler. Battler, 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 battler. Everything's a battler, man. Do we have any items? Battler, battler. Young Caleb Shocked is... Whoa, I just got hit with allergies. That's no good. So Young Caleb Shocked is not a battler. This is like an event card or something. Okay, so we'll do 1, 2, 3. Then I'll come down here and do a 4th shot, just so that I can give GPT an illustration of Young Caleb is shocked. And maybe I give this one, so this will be an ID 4. Okay, maybe I give this one a name. Oh no. Description. And this will be one where we'll do a different description. Roll 2d6. And the rarity here will be card enum dot uncommon or rare. How often does Young Caleb be shocked? That should be rare. Battler power, battler health. It's not a battler, so. Is generic, that is. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That means you can have many of them in your deck, basically. Roll 2d6. Actually select an opponent. Select an opposing battler and roll 2d6. Apply the following effects. If you roll Snake Eyes, what happens? Two, no effect. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 3 to 5. Stun. They are stunned for a turn. 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6 to 8. 9 to 11, and then 12. No effect. They're stunned for a turn. Let's see. So Calum shocked. Let's look at this picture. So here's the picture. And the idea is that he's confused, embarrassed, surprised. Confused, embarrassed, or surprised. Or afraid, maybe afraid. Confused, embarrassed, surprised, afraid. So if you're confused, you'll hit your teammate, right? So if you roll 2 1s, it's actually no bad effect for them. They are stunned. 6 to 8, they are confused and must attack an ally, an ally battler, if any are on the field. I need this thing to wrap. This is like so like hard to read, basically. Select an opposing, okay. Apply one of the following effects. VS Code toggle word wrap, Option Z. All right, let's see. Option Z. What did that do? Command Z. Option Z. It did something. I don't know. That was kind of cool, but I'm not sure. Option Z. I don't know. Maybe. No effect. Select an opposing battler and roll 2d6. Apply one of the following effects. 2, no effect. 3 to 5, they are stunned for a turn. 6 to 8, they are confused and must attack an ally monster, an ally battler, if any are on the field. So you're embarrassed, confused, surprised, or scared. They take double damage this turn. They deal minus 1d6 damage on their turn, on their next turn. Oh, this is supposed to be like a critical. They're critically bad. They are stunned for a turn. What if 2? Stun yourself, then no effect, stun 1, stun 2, etc., up to stun with damage. So no effect should be 2 because, stun yourself. So like the player who plays it stun themselves. Yeah, I could see that. Is the job market going to get better soon? Yes, I think it's actually already getting better, believe it or not. And I think it will get even better in the future. Surprising backfire. Surprised, confused, embarrassed, and critical shock. Let's see. What happens with the critical shock? What do you think? I don't want to do flee because it almost seems like the person who is being attacked could be at advantage if they are forced to flee, because they could get the benefit of playing the card out of their hand again. So they attack each ally once and cannot attack on their turn. Critically confused. Let's do that. How about that? Does that look good? Look at this guy. This guy looks like he might have just been critically confused. Thanks for the follow. Got any tips for beginners? Yes, I do. Sign up at laterally.io and follow the checklist. That's my tip for you. Would you ever be willing to tutor a first-year college student struggling in CS for pay? Well, first of all, the answer is yes. So you can always book a session right here. But the second answer is that I don't have a degree in CS. So I don't know if you want to be hiring me. There's probably better people that you could hire. But yeah, you can book a session if you want to. Laterally.io. Well, that's a fun card. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that works. That's good enough for now. Archmage Calum is holding a moonstaff. That should be extremely rare. Is generic. That's false. That's a very specific situation. Rarity card enum dot unique. Yeah, I think it's unique. Battle power. I don't know. 2,000, I guess. Battler health. Let's see. The mage is going to be powerful, but not necessarily like being able to be struck many times. So I would think less than 5. 3, 4, 5. Let's go for 4. That's right there in the average. Let's go for 4. Archmage Calum with a Moonstaff or Archmage Calum with the Time Sight Wand. So the Time Sight wand should have an effect. So that would be the useful thing for the description. It's all coming back to me. All coming back, it's all come back to me now. The description is useful to describe effects. Time Sight Wand. Archmage Calum with a Time Sight Wand. The Time Sight Wand, sorry. Okay, so it'll also be 4. The Time Sight Wand, we'll say, is a little less powerful, but he'll have an effect. And the effect of the Time Sight Wand is once per turn, declare a Battler. If it is an ally, let them attack twice. If it is an opponent, they cannot attack on their turn. They cannot attack. They can neither attack, nor activate effects on their next turn. Because this guy lets a monster attack. Hi.
I was just coming in here to give you a hug.
Mwah. Did you have a good nap?
I wasn't really napping, but I was letting Mom nap.
Cool. I kind of think these guys should be sort of equivalent, except that the time sight wand will let you attack twice. So maybe it's 24 versus 12. Also suggest paying $20 for GPT Advanced. Yeah, definitely, yes. Do you use SQLite? Sometimes for like my initial, like super initial prototype, sure. Try the Option Z, it's just word wrap. Okay. Nice. Thanks, Robert. That's a pro tip. Robert on top. All right, y'all, we're crossing the 3-hour mark. Let's get done here. I know it's on me. I'm the one being slow. Okay. What is the third card? So these are both not generic. The Kalem cards are not generic. This will be ID 2. What is the third card? Is that the Mace Troll? Yeah, the Mace Troll. So the Mace Troll will be generic. Okay, so here's ID 3. We don't need a description. They'll have a no effect. They are rarity common, maybe uncommon. Yeah, a Mace Troll would be uncommon, wouldn't it? Battler health, 3 or 4. 3 or 4, I could see either one. But the power will be a lot less. Let's do 800. Mace Troll. Even 800 feels like maybe a lot. No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, 600. I persuaded myself. Thank you for the follow, Tracy. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right, so now that I have this wrapping, I don't need the line breaks. That's great. I don't really even need the backticks. Okay, so now I have my initial 4 game cards. Here we go. Bro, smash that delete key. Yeah, I did hit it kind of hard. What's up? I would not like one. Thank you.
No, I'm saying it's a package.
I don't want it, though.
You gotta see what's inside. So you open it.
Okay, so we have this current game card data. We get the ID. Then we have the other card data. The type is not compatible for some reason. What would the reason be? Because there are some required fields that are not being used. That's the reason. So I need const resolved game card is other card data dot map. Okay, and this will go here. OCD. OCD for other card data. So it doesn't want to map. Let's see. It's not, it would not be a map. It would not be a map. We will do a destructuring. Okay. So the name is othercarddata.name or the associated image. So we need to find the associated image. Searchable image seeds.find. SAS dot, and we're going by the title. It's equal to other card data dot image title. Okay, if this is not found, we need to throw an error. You can use the ID. Image not found for the ID. Name or description, don't they all have names? No, they didn't. They didn't. So the name is optional. They will all have names after they are saved to the database, but this is the seed. So they don't all have names here. So if the name is not here, in fact, none of them have, or only one of them has a name. So if the name is not here, it's going to assume the image title name. That's the idea. ID does not exist on other card data. Oh, okay. Yeah, it'll just be ID. So it'll be the other card data.name or the associated image.title. We'll just assume the title, and it wants me to use the nullish operator. Fine. Okay. So we have the name and the description. We'll do similarly. Okay. What else are we missing? So we have the name, the description. Its genericness is always known. Its rarity is always known. Battle power, health may well be undefined, and that's proper. So I think it's good now. So why does this create annoyed? Property image is missing. Property image is missing. Because we need to use some sort of connect. Here is some reference code. Okay, so here, image, we will connect by ID on the associated image. There we go. So here's the resolved game card. Yay, compiler is happy, we're happy. Compiler is happy, we're happy. Throw a like on the video, we're wrapping up. Let's finish with a bang. Okay. This is all looking good. Now let's go back to GPT and grab the boilerplate that it should have completed. Wow, it broke. The formatting is messed up. Would you also have physical defense and magic defense? No. So we're keeping it really simple, Robert. One of the selling points of this TCG is that it should be simpler than any other TCG. So we don't have physical defense, magic defense, all of this stuff. Those do exist, by the way, in the RPG form. So here I can see Calum. Here's the Calum level 3 Jason. And it's extremely detailed here, including things RPGs don't even have, like his big 5 personality traits. Attack, defense, magic defense, right? Special abilities. So these all exist in the RPG form, but they don't exist in the TCG form. The whole point of the TCG is to simplify play. Okay, so here are the tags that it says is missing. Here's the seed data. So it's saying that none of these are printed. Elemental is printed, fire is printed, celestial is printed, troll, battler, Calum. So Calum is not printed. Basically, the super unique elements will not be printed. So true, we want thunder. Things that would be applicable in a game context. So in a real, like pseudo real, it doesn't impact the state of an ability that your character is from a particular arc and chapter.
Do you want a snack?
I still have it. What? Wait, what did you have in mind?
It's yogurt, honey, pomegranate, and cashews.
Can I have like a small one? Because it sounds good. So the fact that it's thunder will be relevant. The fact that it's magic, relevant. Ranged, relevant. Chapter 1, not relevant. You see what I'm getting at? I'm not even sure about monster. What does monster mean? Maybe monster is opposed to like humanoid. Okay, that's fine. That it's Lyra, not so important. That it's melee, yes, dual wield. You see what I'm going for? And tank here refers to a character name. It's not a tank refers to a character name, not a unit class. Instead of the individual element true values, can you add the elemental tag to fire, thunder, etc.? Can you tag a tag? It's possible. It's technically possible. Thank you so much. This is small?
Yeah.
Golly, I'm so full. All right, thank you. I think she's stuffing me up to kill me later. Okay. So that is possible, Robert. I'm not going to do that today. But yeah, it is possible. Dang, that's a really attractive idea, isn't it? Ah! I'm going to avoid that. See, the thing is that adds complexity to the card. Imagine that you had a physical game card in front of you. It says elemental on it. That doesn't tell you that it's thunder, though, does it? Now, you might see thunder. How are you going to know that it's elemental unless it's independently tagged? So I need thunder and elemental to both be on the card, right? Now, it's true that I could read the word thunder and I could know, like, thunder's an element, so it's elemental. Like, I could work that out. I don't think you want game mechanics to work that way, though. I think you want the game mechanic to read the literal tag. Elemental : thunder. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You could do that. Is there an advantage of doing that over doing elemental, thunder? Like, what's the advantage? I'm not really seeing it. But we can always revisit it, right? This is code, it's open source, so if we change our mind, we can add it later. All right, great. Oh, the mace troll doesn't have melee. It should. Archmage Caleb. This is magic. Magic. That way you can search for either get elemental damage or thunder damage, that kind of stuff. So you make a good point, but I think that would be true in either case. Like consider fire, elemental. For the purpose of searching, I could search for either. And there's no real advantage over doing that. Maybe here, maybe it's just like like a validation sort of thing so that you never forget to add elemental. Yeah, there could be some validations here. Like every thunder should also be an elemental. Is that true? You know what? We've already taken this too far. This is supposed to literally be a fire elemental, not just someone who has fire magic. So I think I almost made a mistake there. So if you use fire against a lava monster, would it ignore fire damage? Something like that. No. Again, a good thought, a good idea, but we are keeping it very, very simple. Units simply have a power level. Units simply have a power level. And this power level is like a generic ambiguous term that encapsulates all of their different resourcefulness and abilities and so forth. So that just because someone is capable of fire magic, it doesn't mean their only move is to use a fireball, right? They might be a magician that has all sorts of tricks, and we're going to assume that they do the best they can. So we're just going to outright look at the battle power. We're not going to be doing elemental interactions. In the TCG, right? In the TRPG, if you cast Fireball on a lava monster, yeah, you may well end up healing it. In the TRPG. Was coding coded? Yeah, it is. It's coding coded also. Kalen Battler, Celestial Magic. We're doing good. We're doing good. Kalen Battler, Celestial Magic. I think this is good. So now I just want to run the migration. npm run db:/seed. Oh, also, yeah, it's an upsert. It's not creating, right? Perfect. No, gotta admit, that was kind of expected. I was going to be pretty surprised if everything worked first try. Okay, image title, right. So we need to destructure the image title. That's not an allowable item. Other card data. So we want to destructure the image title to get it out of the other card data that we're passing. That makes sense to me. Image title. Okay. Let's see. Was that the only issue? Whoa, let's go. Seed executed. Let me look at the DB over here. We got game cards. We got game cards. Check it out. Super base. Oh no, Archmage, Caleb, and so on. There's the description. All right, y'all. We're not going to get to the point where we can actually fight monsters against each other in this stream, but we are so close. We'll be able to make it next stream. In this stream, first of all, let me commit the seeds. So the feat here is init game card seeds. So we're committing that. The other thing that we are going to be able to do is search. Okay, I'm going to close this. Now that the database has been updated, I can start the server again, npm rom dev. Just in time for me to finish my Celsius. Okay. So the battle power here is not being merged. That's what we want to fix, and that will be the last thing we do today. I do still want to be able to get to like a details page, but I guess we're going to do that separately. Okay, so Archmage Kalen with a Moonstaff, that's supposed to be like over 2,000 battle power. So Archmage Kalen with a Moonstaff. Here I'm going to the searchable item, searchable image router. Get searchable images. We are including the game card. Okay, so let's check the network. In theory, the merged data came over the wire. It just didn't get rendered onto the screen. So here's get images. We'll go for the 0 result. Here's the data, the JSON. And Archmage Calum has an ID of 1, so let's find that entry. And here's the game card. There's the battler power. Sure. There's a battler power, and we can add another column for health, which is hidden by default. Battler. Battle power. That's the okay. Battle power. Battler power. Then we'll have battler health. Okay. Okay. I have the ability to hide these, battler health, battler power. Is it a name issue, battler power versus battle power? Yeah, hey, good. That was part of it. Yes, that was part of it. Good eyes. Good eyes. However, the bigger issue is that it is nested. So it's not a flat data structure. There's a foreign relation. So there's a nested property. Yo, I'm getting another panic attack. Why? Am I like rushing too much or something? $65 is getting power, not health too. Yeah, I think none of them are working currently. So here's the row. Row get value, battler power. And this is not going to be correct. So here, maybe I can put game card. I need to put something there. Right, so the entity will have a game card attribute. Let me go ahead and debug this. Okay, now I'm in the debugger. Here's row, and I'm expecting to have row.gameCard. No, I don't. What do I have on row? I have row original. Okay. Row original has game card. Or I can do row.getValue game card. Column with ID game card does not exist. Okay. Row original game card. Okay, so this is the reference that I need then.
Samuel, stop.
Searchable image with game card, so it knows the type.
No, you can't end that because you're not listening.
It seems like that works. Is there an issue with this approach? By the way, a Celsius is equivalent to 3 cups of coffee. Could cause some heart palpitations. Yeah, maybe it's the caffeine. Maybe it is. Because I had a Celsius and I had like 3 cups of coffee before that. I did a caffeine cleanse recently though, and I thought I'll do another one. I thought I did a caffeine cleanse and I was having them anyway. Thanks, Robert. It's a good call out. Yeah, let me take another caffeine cleanse. I have problems with caffeine. Yeah, me too. It's a love-hate relationship. Let's see if this works or if I should interrogate one level further. That is gamecard.battlerhealth. My wife's a nurse. She gets on me. Really? Objects are not a valid React child. Okay. All right, so let me go one level further then. Whoa, I think we broke it, y'all. No, okay. Oh, there's the Battler Health. It's coming through. All right. And the syntax is really nice at the end of the day. It's pretty straightforward. And we got power. We made it. We made it, y'all. Why is the sort? I'm not sorting by any of these. Love it when a plan comes together. Me too, but I want to be able to sort these bad boys. Come on, this is maybe GPT can quickly solve this for us. Can you help me enable column-based sorting on this table? Sorting by any, like when I guess I wasn't clear. I meant whenever I click on any of the columns. Set enable sorting to true. TanStack is goated. Are you kidding me? All I have to do is I have to set enabled sorting to true. That's it. I need to go give that guy a hug. That's literally so goated. I am at a loss. Enable all the things. I don't really know how you're going to sort on tags, so I'll leave that one off. Bummerville, that didn't seem to work. Enable sorting true on the title is one example it gave. I did, right?
Have a dream? Like if you have a dream?
Well, no, it's like when Ellie slept in my bed, it's because she threw up in her bed. And I had her make some.
Oh, okay, so it's the set sorting thing. Next, you need to adjust the table head to include the sorting interaction. Okay.
And one time, you just let me sleep in the whole bed until I even wanted to go to my room.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
And if you can't hang out with us without doing that kind of stuff, then I would say you can't hold space. Okay? Because I don't want to. No, not if you can't eat it.
Flex render, what is this? Okay, I guess I already have it. Chevron down icon. I guess I'll just grab this full stop, the header group here. Table row. All right, so I'm going to just grab this full stop and see what happens. Look, the formatting is so broken. Table is use React table. So yeah, here's the table. Get sorted row model. Okay, this is the new piece. Get sorted row model. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I like to keep them in alphabetical order. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Get sorted row model is already there. Select your code and tell VSC to sort in ascending order. Oh, that's smart. Sort ascending lines from all commands. Sort. I'm not seeing it. Is it in the command palette? What do you mean? Am I just missing it? Sorry about that. All right, let's see what happens. I apologize for the confusion. Get sorted function does not exist on the table from TANStack. The correct method is column get is sorted. Okay. Please rewrite the table header code. The formatting is broken. It says VBNet. Like, what's going on, dude? Are you okay? Oh, it was in the command palette? Okay. Another good tip. Okay. So now that it's fixed this up, let's take a look. Ah, no compiler errors. You should use Cursor. It wasn't there last time I tried it. I'll give it another try in a month or two. Did they adopt Turbo yet? All right, now we're sorting. 14.1, okay, so it's working. Adrenaline, young, okay. Sorting on the description. If you pay, it uses GT4. Yeah, Adrian, I know, but Turbo is a version of GPT-4. So GPT-4 has different versions. Did you know that? So I guess, yeah, I guess you're not telling me anything I don't know already. ELO rating, GPT-4. Okay, so you want to check out LMSys, leaderboard. Chatbot arena. Whoa, they're down. Yikes. So here's kind of a backup version. You can see there's different versions of GPT-4. So Turbo is like the best GPT-4. And that was just launched in November. So I don't think Cursor has it. At least they didn't last time I checked. Why layout changing on sort? Yeah, I don't know. It's not great, is it? I think the reason is because there are 2 pages. And so the text width, it's using a flex width, so it'll use the minimum necessary width. And that width is changed when records come from the other page, basically. I think that's the issue. Do you have a Porsche? No, I don't. What's the site called? ariastale.com. Aria's tail. By the way, you can click the TikTok and you can play by comment. If you go over here, I encourage you to follow the official Aria's Tale TikTok, and you can play a role-playing game by comment on this pinned video right here. Yeah, I have a PhD in economics. That means I drive a used car. You will not catch me buying a new Porsche. Maybe a used Porsche, maybe. If you know a good one, you can send me a DM. I've been liking Mixtral for local LLMs, but super memory intensive. Yeah, I might get a new computer this year. Nothing that I really have is good for running local LLMs. Have you used OpenAI API in a site yet? No, I haven't seen a way to make it profitable yet. I haven't seen a way to make it profitable. So in Latterly, the free chatbot that we have is just going to send you over to Claude right now. And Claude has been working better for me in this use case, in this particular use case. Claude has been working better than a custom GPT because of the context window mainly. So I would love, go support the site. If I can generate more money with it, I would love to fine tune y'all a custom GPT, like not a custom GPT, but a fine tuned model. I'd love to give you a laterally fine tuned model, but I can't make the dollars work right now because it's open source and it's just not making enough money. Okay, this is Aria's Tale. Here we are on localhost. The string sort is working, but the numeric sorts are not working. Okay. Just scrolled in. What does this do? This is like searching for like Pokemon cards, kind of, except that it's our own trading card game. It's not Pokemon. I want the chevron to be on the side, not below. Chevron down icon. Let's take a look at this. Chevron down icon. That's kind of cool. So it has this third option of unsorted. What are you making? This is a way to search trading cards for a Aria's Tale TCG, our own TCG. So here I can say mace, and search for the cards that have mace in them. There's the mace troll. And reset. Looking good, looking good. Is your sort treating your numbers as strings? Yes, it is. The answer is yes. So we're going to stage this. We're going to ask for 2 updates. Add a numeric sort for the battler health and battler power columns. Actually also the ID. I guess ID is already numeric sort, isn't it? So let's go over here. 14, 13, 1, 2, 3. So it's not doing a string sort on the ID. I think that's because ID is a pure number, where these others are mixed. They're mixed numbers. Add a numeric sort for the battler health and battler power columns, which treats any non-parsable integer as having a value of -1. So that's the first update. Let's make 2 updates. The second update is I would like the chevron to be to the side of. It's because the NA converts them to a string. I think you're 100% right. I think you're 100% right. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I guess maybe I could have the tags sorted within. See, I'd rather just not sort on tags. So let's make 3 changes. Let's make 3 updates. Tags column should not be sortable. The tags column, and 3 is the chevron should appear in line to the right of the column title, not wrapping below it. It should coerce the strings to numbers when using a numeric operation, right? No, that does not happen because strings cannot be parsed to integers. Strings cannot be parsed to integers. So we need to have custom handling for that where we say, hey, if it's not a number, treat it as -1. That's basically the solution that I told it to use right here. So that should fix the issue. Whoa, it is crawling. Look at how slow this is. Make sure to like the video. We're wrapping up. This will be the last thing we do. And then we will send it to prod and you'll be able to see these changes at ariastale.com. Remember that you can sign up for ariastale.com with Discord or Google social auth. So check it out now, ariastale.com. It's totally open source. If you have an idea, feel free to come over to GitHub and create an issue. Or solve one of the issues. If you want to put it on your resume, feel free to do that too. GPT-4 is just turning into garbage. Did they roll out like a new trash model or something? Might be fun later to build pills for the tag styles. Yeah, feel free to submit that. I would love that. You could also color them on a hash of the string so that things that say the same, so that they have different colors, but they always match. Maybe that's a terrible idea. I don't know. Look at this. It's everything is messed up, dude. All right, let me grab this sorting function. That seems useful. So this numeric sorting function is for the Battler health. Battler health. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Okay. So here's the Battler health. I think this is going to work, but I also don't like it because I would like a generic solution. Wow, this is not even working. Why is that not working? Because it cannot get value. So we want to row A original dot Battler health. Does not exist. Right, so original game card. Okay, dot Battler health. And now you're mad because that is not guaranteed. So we'll say or empty string. Okay. Argument of type number or string is not, okay, got it. So it should be to string. Game card is possibly null, cool. Battler health is possibly null. Oh, you know what? I don't need to parse int at all. I can just do or -1. Yeah, that's a lot simpler, isn't it? All right, cool. And then here's row B. Oh, the issue is, so where's the NA coming from? Yeah, so there's no string in the database. The NA is rendered. The NA is rendered. Cool. Thanks for the follow. You put the NA there. Yep. Yeah, that's on me. Okay, so health is working. Da, 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 da. So you can sort by battler health. And we could make this generic across battler power, but I don't know if I see a lot of value. It would basically, we would pass this in as a parameter, health versus power. A and B. Now we can sort on power. I wonder about like filtering the ones that have an NA. Because you really can't see the ones that have low power. So now we're talking about a filter, right? Whatever. I'm going to leave it how it is. Yeah, in a future world, it might be cool to be able to like filter, do an advanced search and like specify the power range. Like I only want to see power 400 to 2000, but we're not going to do that right now. Or use -1 versus 9999 depending on the sort. That would be a nice trick. That would be a nice trick. Okay, how do I get the sort state?
Don't listen to me. I'm tired of this, Sam. Don't, no, go to your room. You don't blame it on Ellie. That was you.
Header column is sorted. So here, if I have the column reference, I can get the sort state. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm trying to figure out how to get the sort state in there, though. Yeah, this is the check for sort state. I need to figure out how to get it into the other context. Here, I also want to basically ban tag sorting on the tag column. Let's debug this. What data is that? I don't really know. Okay, so here I have this header data. Toggle sorting, toggle visibility. Let's see. I could hard code look for the table name. I don't want to do that though. I'd rather code it off of, oh, print sorting state on toggle. Yeah, we're trying to do two different things at once right now. So setting the state, I could just use like use state, right? I could do that. But what I want to do is I don't want people clicking the toggle at all on the tag column. So now there's these things, header groups. I didn't know what these are. It's a header group. Okay, so here's tags, and I can see on tags, I don't see where that enable sort is coming from. I thought you had the tag set to false for sorting. I do, but it's running it anyway. That's the issue. Here, let me. So this toggle sorting, which basically enables sorting. So basically all of them have sorting off right now. And now it's on, and now it's, so it's like overriding that basically. Okay. I guess it doesn't bug me that much if you can sort by tags. So I'll just leave it alone. Yo, dude, what is going on? GPT-4 is broken on these instructions. Okay. So let's put a pin in the to do tags shouldn't sort. We'll put a pin in that though. So the other issue besides that was, yeah, this -1 handling. So where's that? -1. Okay, so we're up here. And what I'd like to do is figure out if we're ascending or descending. Ooh, enable multi-sort. That's cool. Enable sorting, sort descending first, sort function. False undefined values will be considered tied. what arguments do you get? So the sorting function so here it looks like it has 2 arguments, but it really doesn't do a good job of declaring that. It says it's a parameter string. Material React table. So we're not using Material React, but let me take a look at that anyway, I guess. Sorting relevant column options. Oh, here it is. This is what we're getting. So column ID. I want to land a CEO job. Do you use TypeScript a lot or not? Yep, I sure do. So I don't know that the column ID is going to help us. We can always get the table sort state though. Do I have a reference to table right now? No? Okay. It's the column ID. So how do I know if we are sorting ascending or descending? I guess I can just store it. This is the column definitions. It's all external. So I would need a context that holds the value here. Yeah, I guess the question is, do I want to set up a context or not? Looks like they have a sort undefined too. Okay, let's check that out. Sort undefined. Undefined values will be considered tied. If ascending, undefined will appear on the beginning of the list. All right, yeah, let's see. Maybe this will work. Maybe this would be a lot better than setting up a context. That was for health? Yep. how do I tell it that it's a number? What does the ID do? ID, it just sort of knows. No, it's treating it as a string. What? Column ID string. All right, well, we can try it together. I don't want the debugger now. Okay, so 4 on top. That did not do what I wanted. Sorted. Let's try this. That didn't do what I wanted. And what was the third option? 1, -1, or false. Nope. All right, instead of using sort undefined, hey there on YouTube. How do you say that name? Is that Inyaha? Inyaha? Interesting. We can do this. Or I guess we can do, let's see. So we'll Booleanize A and B. Number or false is not assignable to type number. But I thought I can return false here. I left 2 hours ago and came back. He's still coding. What's up? Oh, the following sorting functions are built in. Sorts by mixed alphanumerics text. Yeah, those are not what I want. Bummer. Oh, maybe can sort is what we want for the. I think I'm just too tired, y'all. Okay, so here we're gonna go with this, and we'll accept the trade-off where it's a little bit wonky. That's fine. So 4, great, and then this is less, great. We can have a filter. A filter will be a separate feature. Filter in a Battler and health. So here we will add an issue. Actually, I don't need this. There's a really easy way to do that. The easy way to do that is to say Battler. Yeah, theoretically, battlers should all have power and health. It's just because the cards haven't been created yet. So I think that's fine. Where are we at with this? Here we added the custom sorting function for battler health and battler power. That looks good to me. And tags shouldn't sort. We'll get rid of that line. Okay. All right. That does it for today, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Feature numeric sort for battler props. Battler is now a card creation to do filter. Yep, exactly. All right. See you later, y'all. Thanks for being here.